요요요요. on. Something got fucked to us. Something got fucked. What server? Stellarite. Hey there. You're gonna really kind of shrink. Oh yeah, my house power got fucked earlier. There was a power outage. I was trying to turn on my AC and my PC at the same time on the same outlet, and it got fucked. Anyone is an electrician expert? It was nuts. I need to figure out something on the electrical grid for the house. The air conditioner takes so much AC, man. Did they give out the Fortune Stone reward there or not? I don't think so, right? They were too busy working on Ion 2. You think it's the same team? I don't think it's the same team. It's a big corpo, man. And even when Ion 2 releases, I don't think it's gonna be good. Oh, Marsh. Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wait a minute, let me see. Alright. We got alerts back. Rick the Rizzle, thank you for follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. It's the same story like their previous game at NCSoft, so it will be. Yeah. I wonder how the raid gear is gonna come. Like how it's. I feel like the meta changed this past month. There's been like four different metas that people are playing. I know that I was asking for changes on the meta, but too quick of a changes is not good. I mean, they're releasing raid gear with the buff on bow, so who knows how that'll be. Seems. Melee made a comeback, people swapped to melee evasion, now the ones that stayed on endurance build are having fun. I think if you're playing endurance, you're still dying to spear daggers and staff, no? Yeah, the amount of meta changes right now, it's too much to the point where I can't make a actual build. That's why I'm just choosing to stay on melee evasion right now. It's good though. Like not being linear is it's a good meta to have. The problem with building magic endurance, I feel like you can't get enough, magic endurance because the crit for staff, they're going for like 3k on staff dagger or crit. So I feel like aside from running like magic evasion, you're gonna get killed too. up, Billy? What server you play, mate? NAE's Stellarite. Rivendell, hello, will you show your set and BIS skill how you got this height in DRS? The BIL skill, how you got this height in DRS? What do you mean by DRS? Yeah, to be honest, whenever I build prison staff, I just get one shot, either death, the endurance, or evasion, since high focus gives them a shit ton of hit. I think staff who goes crit are not having any hit at all. Here's my thought, okay? If there is a build that can go melee and magic evasion, 3.3k melee evasion and 2k magic evasion, I think that's a good build. What if we run Forgotten Lotus and we do more DPS on the accessories? What if we do that? How about high hit though? True, I need high hit. But we can get high hit from accessories, no? DPS? Oh, how you got this hiding DPS? There's a whole video for it. I mean, you're on YouTube too. Might as well just check it out. It's my melee evasion build. If we can build melee and magic evasion build, that build will go nuts. Because the weakness right now is actually, I don't mind dying to Staff Dagger. I mind dying to Curse Bombers, Templars. Templars hit me a lot. And I think if I have enough magic evasion. Yo, what's up, Mr. Cordes? How you doing? You need to see the set too? Yeah, there's a whole video for it if you want to check it out. Oh yeah, Staff and Bombers are pain. Yeah, Curse Bombers in particular. I don't mind. I don't think I mind dying to Staff. Here's the reason why I don't mind dying to Staff. Because like in an actual GVG centric, you're not gonna die too much to Staff because Staff is not gonna target you like solely. Staff is gonna hit you when you're in a clump. As long as you don't play in a clump, you're not gonna get killed by Staff. That's my whole point with Staff. But I feel like Curse Bomber, they're gonna get you on the side. Earrings. What do we get? Magic defenses. Fuck again. Server East? NA East. I got you. NA East. What's up, Zekans? No, I don't know about Scout. Scout might actually be broken next patch. Scout might be actually broken next patch. I seem to have been killed by you, Nebula. Carnage? No, no, no. Stellarite. The server is called Stellarite. Yo, Dahmin, thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What I play now since my class is dead? Your class is not that man. You can't kill 100, but you can still kill 80. Depending on the nerfs? Oh, I mean the upcoming nerfs? I don't know about that. The upcoming nerfs can fuck you hard a little bit too hard. It seems like they're gonna kill that class, but I don't know. It's time to play bow crossbow, pre-fire. Bow crossbow. New meta. High hit bow expo bonus damage. Can I join your party? It's full right now. Scout Fox. I know, right? It's time. Got clapped by Bow Expo in Arena the other night. The combo is gonna be the bow, the Lulu bow. You use that bow to lift people up, and then you just strafe them and quick fire them to death. That's the combo. Oh shit. Scout is the way. Scout is the meta. What's up, Frugal? CPQ disbanded. Now release is in Alliance? No, I don't think CPQ disbanded. But yeah, we're on the Alliance. I think. Yeah, Unhinged and I saw Ford and Katie went to release. Think so. Really so strong, wow. That's what you said in Twitch chat, pre-fire. But what are you... No, you don't say... Actually, nah, you don't say anything. Someone was saying... Someone was saying release is half console player now. Console Andes. But hey, as long as you pull numbers, I don't give a fuck. I mean, actually, I don't know. There's nothing to do in like PvP wise in the game. The game has slowly turned into a small scale game. I don't think Castle Siege is even that fun anymore. Where's Chimp? I miss him. I don't know. After the tourney, everyone's taking it easy, you know? We're done prepping for the tourney. No more hardcore shit. We're a casual guild now. Well, AV didn't even log in for days, so definitely casual. He quit the game already. It's not even logging in. He quit the game. AV's done. AV was done even before we fought Flex. So during the Flex thing, we don't know what's going on, and then all of a sudden, we just knew that he just quit all of a sudden. Richard CPQ is disbanding? Ask Free Fire. Free Fire, is CPQ disbanding? I think 38 to 70 was because people are farming Tevent. But I think they're coming back after this. Free Fire said nah, so they're not disbanding. Building guild tonight to fight release. Don't worry, I'm cooking. Wait, are you in the leadership of CPQ today? Reson hates Firth? Reson hates everyone, man. I don't know, CPQ has a deep beef that I'm not willing to explore. Even the old CPQ even the release guy, the OG release guy who were beefing with CPQ quit the game now already. So right now it's basically the old CPQ that they used to hate is now in release. And I don't know. It's getting kind of weird, but Reson dealt with a lot of retards? Probably. I don't know. There's a lot of beef surrounding saying this and that, this and that. As long as I haven't experienced it, I'm not gonna judge anything. The moment I experience something bad, I'm gonna step out the window easily. As long as they don't fuck me over, I don't give a fuck. And they're also good. Any Scorpion mains? I don't think I know any Scorpion mains in chat. We all need to drop egos and actually work together to bring active guilds to server if you don't want the game to die. Game is already dead. No, actually no, the game is not dead. Competitive wise, it's dead. Every time you server merge, there's always people that's gonna be quitting. People either lose. They either lose and quit, or they don't fight anyone and quit. The only one who's playing is gonna be who's winning. That's what I figured, because a lot of people don't like losing, and even if they have a 90% win rate and they lost once, it's like they'll be saying like, oh my god, it's not worth it. There's a reason why to that though. I think having 70 people in a guild it's a lot. It's a lot of people. Maybe if they lower the amount of people in the guild, it's easier to rebuild a certain guild. Like if, let's say if you only have 50 max people, it's easier to rebuild a guild rather than 70 people. 70 people is a lot. Alliances is what killed this game. Maybe alliance would work if there was only 1 to 2 server max. The melee evasion is useless. Push 4K or none. Because 3K is hit free for most classes, they don't want to touch you. I'm chilling with 3K. That won't happen because it's easier to remove alliance than it is to ask guild to kick members. Nah, I think it's easy to ask guild to kick members rather than removing alliance for this game at least. I think if anything they will lower the guild maximum players first before they actually. Because here's the thing, the 48 and the 48 is actually like a good. It's actually a good number to like play around. And it's easy to pull people in 48, I think, rather than a 70. 70 is it's like pushing it, asking for 70 people to be like to get pulled for a match. I think 48 is good enough. I don't know, I could be wrong. Your skill player is different, he's a scorpion. Oh, you mean hit? Or evasion? Actually, that's true. If you're a scorpion, either hit 4k or just don't hit. I think that might be better. The amount of damage you lost if you run 3k melee evasion, I think it's a lot. As a scorpion. Might as well just run nothing, or if you want to go out and go 4k. As a scorpion, I got 4k. Yeah. But the problem is, if you run 4k melee evasion, you're not killing. I mean, you still kill someone, but it took you. It's taking you so long. You can't kill them in one selfless rotation. I think right now with the nerf, 4k melee evasion has become less viable for Scorpion at least. Pre-nerf, you can run 4k melee evasion. I feel like even though it took you a while to kill someone, you're still killing them. Now, the moment your selfless is out, if you don't get any kills, you're throwing. You need to kill someone the moment you have selfless. I think how can I live my life with that? I don't know how I can live my life. I can live with my life now that Privateer Beck doesn't update his guild tracker anymore. True. Have someone else running it back. They're gonna nerf some weapons and they're gonna nerf some skills and put out a legendary weapon. So I don't know how that's gonna. I don't know how that's gonna feel like. Kali Nooks, thank you for the follow. Skyrim, thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Is that build good for PvE? Which build? Which build are you talking about, Nexus? Flipping Peel, thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It is okay. The bill for. I think Dell is still on my feud list from Wargame. Dell? Who is Dell? Oh, Dell. This Dell? Uh-oh. It is okay as long as you are close to 2k. The problem is the crit, since you need to burst healers, which needs pretty good rotation to do with 1.7k. How many Nebula stones do I have? 95? Yeah, we're chilling with 95. Oh, stop Shadow Dancer. Oh, okay. That's why these things are dying so quick. I mean, we have 3 spears. I guess that's more of a reason why it died so quick. Any tips for quick grinding for Growthstone? There's a daily merchant that you can go to buy. There's an event going on right now. Make sure you buy every single day from that merchant, from the event merchant. But aside from that, I don't know. Any tips for... I'm stuck on gear progression. Every new player is stuck on gear progression. It's really hard to... You can only grind a certain amount every week. And it's gonna take a while for you to catch up. DDDHKT. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. New players are so far behind now, I think. Especially with Mastery. Yeah, the problem is if it's hard for the top players to hit the cap. Like if it's hard for the OG players to hit a cap, like let's say for me, because I played since day one. And if it's hard for me to hit 200, then it's harder for new people to catch up. Because if I'm not there, then new players are not going to be there at all. You know what I mean? But the problem is they need to make some content in order for the OG people to actually still grinding, you know? Because if not, they're just gonna quit. I don't know. I'm not a game dev. But all I say right now, it sucks for a new player. After the tournament, most people quit or just took a break. That's true. In most games, it's always like that though. Like, there's gonna be like a 3 weeks period of people taking a break. Problem with MMO is you can't take a break because the moment you take a break, you're gonna fall behind. Yo, what's up, Lightning? How you doing? How's your weekend so far? Nothing much. Basically, every time I'm home, I'm streaming. And then if I'm not home, I'm working. Just finished dinner? What did you have for dinner? Is anyone? Out. Chicken and fries? Oh, same. Gonna be having my tendies and fries in a bit. You can never go wrong with chicken and fries. Alright, I just need a little bit more. I don't even have the Nebula Essence. What am I doing? I gotta go to ABB. No! -1 spear. No more fast farm. And spear is just so good for PvE. It's like you can just turn your brain off, get your Javelin Inferno stacks. Do this. So, don't you want to move away from spear though? I kinda do. Nah. The only class that I think about if I actually move out from spear is probably scout. But I don't know. I don't know what people's gonna feel if I went to scout. Scout looks fun, man. Here's the problem. I'm holding 2 freaking archboss for this class. I'm not gonna switch class at least in the near future. Same, I remember fast farm this same route 5 hours straight. SD then was super hungry. Yep. The fries are calling you. I know, right? I went to have 5 tenders and a fry. I ate the fries and some tenders. And I have some more tender stuff. Then I'm gonna eat those tenders with rice. Cause I'm Asian like that. Find me a good scout build and I'm swapping in no time. I don't know. Once my Greatsword Spear is maxed, then probably I'll farm for Scout, but not in the near future, man. Probably Teven Akman is the best one. What's Teven's price right now? 44k? It's still freaking expensive, man. Same here, I knew we had a lot in common. More rice, more sauce, baby. And alright. What the heck? That was like 6k before? Since when a freaking Teven bow is 6k, man? What server are you playing on? There was never a point in time where a Teven bow was 6k. EU? Then it is probably still 6k in EU, man. Game is dead on EU, man. EU has so much loss that you can't, like... There's a certain way in order for you to like sell currencies, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, the Lucent way of selling things is not viable for EU. It's 22? Wait, what the heck? It went from 6k to 22k? God damn. 12k rice evasion meta. I'm evading no rice. Just gonna add that guy you dunked. Rip. Yeah, after they released the Archboss Archive, I think that... Oh! I wonder what the Archboss upgrade is. If they're buffing the current skill, that's gonna be insane. I don't think they will though, but Awaken Archboss. Because from what I remember, I think the Awaken Archboss. You do any more testing on your Tank Buster build? No, not for the Tank Buster one. Tank Buster, I was just at work one day and I was just like wandering. But no, I'm not building any Tank Buster builds. Everything in testing, don't follow that shit, okay? Even when my melee evasion was in testing, people were like, "Oh, let me copy this build." I was like, "Bro, chill out." No YouTube video means not recommended yet. Yes, YouTube video, then that's recommended. I haven't put my stamp on it, and people are already like, "Ooh, la la." Let me try this build. But how you doing, James? I've been building something like it, so I was just curious. I think the only way you can make that build work is if you go full crit and you can achieve like 2500 crit with melee and magic evasion. If anyone can send me that kind of build, I'll take it. People got bored, everyone's testing everything to have some fun. True, but the thing is, here's the thing. Testing build in this game costs so much Lucent. Like, I mean a lot. Making my melee evasion build, I spent like 18k making this shit. I don't know, man. What's Noble at right now? 2.9k? Still high. Cost me so much Lucent, so much Rezo, so much... That's a lot, man. It's not as cheap as people think it is. At least we dropped Noble today in the event. Congrats, congrats. It's probably one of the best things that you can get aside from weapon. Weapon is a mid, true. The fragment is a lot. It's a shit lot of fragments though. You see, everything is max for me, but there's none of that mastery buff is up yet. So I was like, bro, kidding me? That fortune reward they have gave it to us. Oh yeah, I'm close to 180. Thing is, I go for dagger or GS. Oh. Kumbaya. Da, 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 da. Hey, Joe, I'll hit you with some mobs. I'll hit some mobs with you guys. Come in, come in. Then ask Del to what's your in-game name? Are you thinking of switching from Scorpion? Oh, you're talking about today. Gojo. Del. A guy named Gojo is coming in. Can you invite him? They. Alright, you have the green light. Go, James. Oh no, I'm slacking. 348 artifacts boxes. It's GG. Almao, it just closed? Wait, it just closed? I thought it was closed the whole time. It's about to open, I'm pretty sure. Well, Scorpion T1, so I pretty much have Scorpion, Ravager, Glad, Shadow Dancer builds ready. Damn. What's up, Ashiel? What's the ideal stopping point on your main weapon mastery, then starts investing other weapon mastery? So first, you wanna invest on any other mastery, any other weapon mastery, and then you go for your main until you get 200. So pretty much, first your prio is to unlock Time Bomb. The moment you unlock Time Bomb, you can pretty much do anything. You can't go more than 200, by the way. My only problem is Masteries got 840 overall, but main GS Spear are only like 160, Daggers 140, and the rest split evenly. Yeah, Masteries is hard. That's the problem why it's really hard to do multiple weapons in this game, because first you need to... Because even if going to 160 to 170 isn't that much, isn't a game-changing buff, but it's still a buff in the end of the day. You know what I mean? It's still an edge over your opponent. Oh yeah. When is Seal opening? $10, I think. 2 ticks. Oh, they were pretty much gonna be out after the thing opened. Yeah, I think we're gonna be done once the thing opened. I just have a feeling. Because a lot of people are doing guild event right now. Yeah, Patriot is going, so we pretty much don't have any healer. The moment we don't have any healer, it's probably done. The farm is done. So don't wait for me. Don't wait for us. Let's try to go find another party. I need to burn my tokens too, man. Oh, by the way, token burn. Anyone token burn. If anyone is willing to do token burn with me, I'm gonna do token burn. What's up, Ozik? Tell Easy I say soy balt. Easy. Ozik says soy bald. IDK what that means. You're chilling? I was locked off. Oh, I see. I see. Love Ozik. Hey. Two Calvo easy? Any token burns? Bro, I barely speak English. LOL. Wait, what guild are they in? Oh. Oh. Wait. Huh. What do you say, Del? LOL. Time of 780 overall mastery skill. I'm far from that. Yeah, so what you want to do is pretty much you want to level up the small skills that you have. You don't want to go all in your main weapon if you're trying to get time bomb. Because leveling up on an early level is way easier than leveling up on an endgame level. Oh, Easy might be dead if he's not careful. Do you see a huge difference with time bomb? I think it's definitely in war games. I would say I get purely at least 5 more kills with time bomb, at least. I'm not counting about the chip damage. I'm counting about the kill that I got. Over here, Del. Over here. Over here. That's pretty good then. Didn't run it in much war game because I was skeptical about the value. It's a really good mastery, man. Like, especially if you're a GSP, you have a lot of HP just in general. Because the thing is, it's a pure damage skill. So if you can stack 3 on top of each other, it's a lot of damage. Oh yeah, Greater Nebula Stone. That's a go. But I have 2 now. Wait, this is enough. Alright, GG. Get to go. AFP. I'm gonna do that now. I rerolled my Imperial 2-piece endurance, 2-piece to endurance, and just some HP runes instead of endurance. Man, I'm really thinking right now. Magic endurance is such a useless, like, magic endurance in general. It's such a useless trait to have. Unless you have like 2.5k to 3k, you're not gonna survive any magic damages. First, we go to weapon crafter. It certainly is. I only stack range and melee. Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like magic endurance is such a scam. Because the the moment I heard about how much melee, how much magic critical hit that these people are running, I was like, what the fuck? I mean, before it was useful because they don't have that much crit. Now with chaos runes and all that, they can push up to 3k. And I was like, if you're pushing 3k, what's the point of you building 1500 or 1600 for it? Might as well just get rid of it and do something else. Alright, boys. Gotcha time, gotcha time. Where's my backpacks? Has so much little room. What the heck is happening? Put some gears in. Did I see 44 Nebula stones? Huh? Would have been 44 Nebula stones. All right. We got something. No, I have this one already. Fuck me. Oh. I didn't get shit again. This one is huge. Fuck. I feel like I have that ring. Yeah, I do have that ring. God damn it. Not even using it, that's the thing. How much is it for the extract? 88? Holy shit, it's useless. 147. Melee endurance. If I'm not mistaken, this is expensive. 78, never mind. Weaken chance. I'll do guild event and then we go token. Any token burners? Any token burners in chat?
ジャイアントブルックの魔力のせいで
Anyone want a
変式
token
機能が
burn?
現れたのか。ジャイアントブルックの影響なら他の魔物より多くの変種コアを持っているかもしれない。
小東村周辺を調査するか。
Excuse me.
$今から3倍の証を支給します。
You know what? Fuck kill event. I'm going token burn. Yo, L Free, thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Wait a minute. Why is this guy from Exodus is here? Huh? Wait, Exodus is coming over? Or they're just borrowing the guild to farm? What's your server name? Stellarite. Stellarite. Did you try Chrono Odyssey? I did. I don't know. I don't like it that much. Nobody does? Yo, what's up, Anis? How you doing? I don't know, it feels so clunky. It's hard to know what your main mission is, like where to go and all that. There's a lot of things that's missing. As like, I feel like if you're used to playing that kind of game, like New World, like if you're an New World player, you're probably having an easier time to play it. But if you're not from New World, it's like you kind of have a horrible time playing it because you don't know, like, half of the time what you're doing. It needs to be more polished, but the devs said they have polished it, and the one that they're sharing, it's not like the actual version of it. And I was like, well, why did you do that? Well, to be honest, I was just about to lie, so I can't be too fair for you. So I'm okay. What the heck? Yo, I'm returning console player on Pippin, but it's kind of dead over here. It's always dead on Pippin, man. Everything is so expensive. Nobody wants to be on Pippin, man. Auction was so... I don't know why they separate the auction house. That's just the most dumb move that they can do. Will Stellar be a good server to join and get gear up? I'm willing to spend Lucian for good gear because it never drops. Stellarite has a good amount of PvP. I think out of all the servers right now, it's either Adrenaline or Stellarite. Every single server that get run by top guilds are dead pretty much. I don't know about Carnage, but Snowburn is pretty much dead. I think I fucked up. I don't think I should take the mission with the weapon. Mostly the purpose of the CBT is to test server stability. Yeah, but that's dumb then. Like, why are you doing that? If that's the case, then just say it from the beginning that you're testing a server. Like, hey guys, this is not a polished version of the game. If there's any bug or anything like that, or something that's like something that's a little, if it feels clunky and all that, just letting you guys know this is our previous version that has 0 bugs, there's less bug and all that, and we just want to test server stability. If that's what they want to do, then they should just set that. The problem is they don't say anything, and then the moment people are saying like, oh my gosh, this is shit, blah 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 blah, and they're like, they pulled the card, they were like, oh yeah, we knew all along that it was shit, don't worry about it, we have like an actual version that's way better than this. And I was like, bro, you can't be saying that without no warnings. Like, I know beta is supposed to feel clunky, but if they're releasing on Q4 and this is the beta right now, and if this is the current version, it's kind of bad. Like, I don't know if they're gonna... I think the other thing too is a lot of people are hoping for too much. It's a brand new team. It's their first ever, like, it's their first ever, I guess, MMO is what they're saying. It's their first ever MMO game that they make. They have a lot of experience as dev, but not, I don't know. It's not the old Kakao team, that's all I know. The one that make it. Looks like Carnage has the most active players currently? Do they? I don't see that many guilds in Carnage, probably then. I mean, I have no idea. Bro, Pippin was Pippin when the game first dropped. but when the server merge happened, it died down. The reason why it died down is because a lot of people that trying to buy Lucent, trying to use Lucent as a way to gear up in Pippin. It's really expensive to gear up in Pippin. I think if you want to transfer first, you just gotta sell a lot of stuff in Pippin, have a shit ton of Lucent, then transfer over. It's really overhyped. Yeah, I think so too. But who knows, all of a sudden it become like the goated game of the year kind of thing. Here's my problem with PvE game, alright? The reason why games like Elden Ring and like Dark Souls, those kind of games are good, it's because they have an end game. Like the moment you play it, like they have like 60 hours or so content. The moment what the heck is this? It's like the moment you finished, like the moment you finish, like let's say you played it for like what 60 hours, the moment you're done with it, it's like the game is done. There's no end game, right? If you're playing Elden Ring, you're not gonna play it for 2,000 hours. You know what I mean? Some people do, but it's just them being them. But for most people, they play it for 60 hours and it's done. But the goal for Chrono, I think, is they're trying to keep a relevant player base, and I don't know if that's gonna be aligning with PvE-centric content. Like every single game that's pretty much like has a lot of players and online, it's pretty much a PvP based game. And if you're not gonna focus on PvP, I don't think your game is gonna be like, if you're gonna focus on PvE, I don't think there is a game that has, I mean, Lost Ark probably does, but I don't know. It's kind of rough, man. Like having PvE as your end game, it's like PvE has a certain pattern, and the moment you master that pattern, it's like, all right, now what? Like, the reason why people are still bearing with TNLs like PvE grind, it's because you're doing this to do PvP. Like, you're doing this in order to like get an edge over person and not to shit on that person, right? But Chrono doesn't have that. So I don't know how good like the game's ecosystem is gonna be, or it's gonna feel like. Euro Cruise, thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Dun 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 dun. Good. Go, buddy. Oh, we got another Chaos Rune. Earrings. Give me it. Boss, magic heavy attack chance. Fuck. Where did the people go? What's up, Korea? I don't know. I don't know how much the Lulu is. Let me check. $115. There's only one guy selling it though. Cantonment. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yep. It's really expensive. $100 heavy attack chance versus 600 heavy tank. Is it noticeable difference to PvP? Yes, it's very noticeable. Running a 900 and 600 is very noticeable. Just sub and follow? Just remember when I message you in game? LOL. Is your in-game name the same as your... Twitch name? Should I spec into endurance or evasion for gladiator? I would say wait until next week. I mean this upcoming Thursday. Because they're gonna release raid gears and stuff, so meta's gonna shift again. Just wait. Because I don't know what's best yet for next week's meta. How high can a Scorpion get? I have 3k range evasion, but they still made me melt me. I'm a Ravager. They're gonna melt you either way, because you're not. Here's the thing: the only way to defend against Scorpion is by killing them. It's not gonna. Endurance is not gonna help you. Evasion is not gonna help you. You're still gonna be dead. So what you gotta do is just Q block and counter them. Ooh, max health ring. Oh, wait a minute, I almost destroyed it. Instantly saw. Oh, my cloak. 109. How high can a Scorpion get? Wait, never mind. I answered that one. Put some music on. GG. Yeah, free. Wait a minute, no, I fucked up. Crush your goblin. Ah, I got into lazy, man. Okay, I'll go ahead switch server to style, right? Just keep going on until you drop a video on it. Yeah, pretty much that's what you should do right now. The moment I figure out what the meta is, I'll make a video ASAP. Party am I in? But still. Fuck, I forgot. Whatever.
さあ選んでくれ。いろんな依頼が来てるぞ。
悩んでるならもう答えは出ているはずですよ。思い切って勝手に。
あろうとは行きたいけどこの状況じゃ。レジスタベテランの出ましか。さあ選んでくれ。いろんな依頼が来てるぞ。依頼を選ぶのに悩んでるなら内容を読んでみる。
冒険家の助けがなければ村の再建は難しかったでしょう。
Alright, let me lock it for a bit.
報酬
Punch
も
boss is coming up.
依頼ってのは何よりも依頼人が困っているからするものなんだ。
冒険家の助けがなければ村の再建は難しかったでしょう。
What's up, Echo? 65 contract? Yep. I was trying to mid-max for the rewards of the fortune stones, but they don't give out the rewards.
君にぴったりの依頼がちょうど入ってきたよ。これを運命と言わずして何とする。
Yo.
この村の特産品は何と言っても
The Lulu and then hit Queen Bell instantly, right? No need to wait for a regroup, just jump. Because we're gonna... Oh, they want us in the other Discord? Okay. Wait, Kat, were you... Wait, never mind. She just left. Let's see. Is this the CTA Alliance comms? Is this it? The stage? The podcast? Yo. But who's forming parties? Yeah. Hey, Echo. What world dungeons do you recommend to run if I'm 2.35k? I'm also new to the game. We don't have people to play with, sadly. I mean, as long as whichever you're eligible for, go around that one. I think 1 star you're eligible for 1 star. I think, right? What's the 1 star you're eligible for it. 2 stars you're close to being able to. I would say get your combat score a little bit up and then go do 2 stars. Queue randomly, and then make sure when you queue randomly hide your weapons. Don't forget that. The Lulu. Or do I hide weapons? Because people in this game has an ego issue. Just trust me. Hide your weapons and you'll have a much better time playing than showing your weapons. That's my newbie advice. What's up, Peekaboo? Arch boss time, arch boss time. Oh shit. I almost fucked up not using an arch boss, not using a bossing skill. Pursuit 5.7 CP. Nice, nice, nice. when I got stuck on the CP. It's probably you probably need weapon mastery traits maybe. Oh, I got rank 7. Nothing. Got nothing. Nothing. Different Scorpion angle? Nah. You want evasion on Scorpion because the thing with evasion is where's our summon gates? Finally. We look weak, not gonna lie. Yo, what's up, French? I can't read Korean. Can't read Hangul. Is there an auto translate on YouTube? Google Translate. You carry your water bottle well. Water bottle? Water bottle? Look at this shit. Multong jal dalgo dani haha. You carry your water bottle well. What do you mean by water bottle, Mr. French? So what were you saying again? What Endurance Scorpion? You're getting a lot of debuff running Endurance Scorpion. I don't think it's worth. I think it's just not worth. Wait. Huh? Exodus versus Halloween? Guys. This is goated. This is actually goated.
Addition to the Honda Trail Sport lineup. The 2026
NA
CR-V
East
Trail Sport
Finals.
Hybrid.
The individual moving parts, but they are definitely running at least one fewer wand than the previous match.
Yeah, absolutely. So most of this fight, guys, should happen underneath the dais, or I guess the gazebo, if you will, like the very large gazebo that is on Grand Alon. And so there's a lot of small choke points. There's a grapple on the backside with 2 or 3 entry points, but they're all very narrow choke points. And then the fighting space, you're shoulder to shoulder with your enemies and your allies on the stone itself. So very Cordy rich environment. That's very likely why Halloween chose it. Here, as I give the go to the tournament director, both teams were told to buff about a minute or so ago. So we should be just about ready to go into this one. The winner of this match, if it is Exodus, could be moving on to the grand finals for NA East. The loser is at least guaranteed to walk home with 3rd place, which is a participation sticker in the tournament. Certainly, you win this match, you get Lucent. You lose this match, you don't get Lucent. It's literally just that simple. Well, either way, we are spawned in to Grand Alon as we pan over to the giant dome. We do see they're both in the same colors again, Exodus and Halloween reaching the point at the same time. Cove and Softwing trying to dive in and interrupt Halloween's
Oh, what the
entrance
fuck is
into
this?
the point, and they're going to do a great job of it. Frank gets around the backside of the fight, and it's a huge kill feed. It's right there, and seconds make the difference, Morlin.
Filter.
Blue Eyes saw a beautiful
whatever.
flank there as well from Exodus. Not only did they clash on the point just a little bit early, but Exodus had a lot of players going around, curving, hitting Halloween from the side. I don't know if they were really prepared to do that. Halloween had kind of a long snake there. They were probably focused on the main fight, but
Grand
Exodus
Alon?
definitely deciding to fight them not only on the main objective, but deciding to crash into their backline. And already we're seeing what I was talking about with these skirmishes breaking out. You have the main fight on the point over there, 15v15 or so, but you have multiple fights out in the woods as well, and both of these guilds are going to be trying to cover those respawns. They're going to, whether it's those gladiators or those scorpions, they have some respawn camping builds. They're going to be trying to get as much value out of that as you can. Probably Helloing more so, since they did lose on that 48v48 style fight. You can expect that they're going to be trying to camp respawns and hold some of these roads out in the woods.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Exodus came prepared for Grand Alon here. These guys, as sweaty as they are, there's no way they didn't
Exodus
come
has
prepared.
won one
And
already.
here's one of my favorite healers of the entire tournament worldwide, Gnarly Gnar, my goat here. Certainly doing a great job on the side of Exodus. Always one of the top healers in his lobbies, and you can see him positioned very well here. Not too much for him to do, though, as his guild is consistently holding Hellowing rather, in these choke points, certainly pulling them down and trying to get them outside here. We've seen Cordy spin after Cordy spin come down. Now we're starting to see Hellowing pick up quite a few more kills here as the skirmish does break out and push a little bit more towards them. But again, fiercely, honestly, putting on a clinic with that Cordy early on here. Look at those defeats right now. Look at how many kills this guy already has in this lobby. We're only 2 minutes in. He's got 7 kills. That's crazy. Surrounding Odie, I'm in your walls. Banky just trying to keep up right now. Certainly Exodus on top, but Charity,
Banky's a really
again,
good
one of the top DPSs of the lobby,
DPS.
running that Daigon's Ember Staff and Del Nazor's Daggers on this one. Top DPS of the lobby so far for Hellowing. So definitely doing their best to try to stay in this one right now as the fight. The Riftstone hasn't quite opened up yet, but Hellowing is able to bring the fight to the Riftstone itself. Here's Brandonger's perspective right here as he tries to push onto the Riftstone. He's trying to pull people off the side of the map here as he protects this backside grapple, moving back and forth here, but I don't think his healer is anywhere to be found because he has not caught a heal. And there we go. In quite some time, there's B-Bass picking up a lot of kills for Exodus right there. They all clump up, but they never seem to be Cordy spun at that moment, Morlin.
Yeah, normally we praise Hellowing for having the strongest Cordy players, but in this particular map, Fiercely really performing well so far, and the Hellowing Cordy is just not able to get those huge plays off. I'm seeing Ari get his setup like normal, trying to make those plays, but jumping into the gazebo, which is mostly being controlled by Exodus, he was not able to survive that spin. He had a pretty good position, pretty good setup, but they just blasted him. And there are so many Exodus players controlling this main objective. I understand Hellowing trying to spread the fight out. That is kind of what I expected them to try to do here, but the downside of that is that Exodus is really controlling the main cap, and with that main cap about to become live here in just a moment,
look at this kill squad.
You're gonna
just
have to go over there and deal with that sooner or later. It is going to be hard to control those respawns completely since they have so many different avenues to get back. At some point, Hellowing is going to have to get their Cordys in and challenge Exodus directly in the main area.
Yeah, 20 seconds before it actually opens up
Oh,
right now.
huge
Frank
spin.
gets a solid spin
That's
off
Exodus
on the
spins.
low ground. Only picks up 1, but there's a lot of damage. I'm in your walls down here too. We talk a lot about him taking a good amount of damage. Just a Crusader right now on the side of Hellowing here, doing what he can to skirmish out here, but with 5 seconds left on the clock, I'm gonna pan back over toward the objective itself where there's yet another fight raging here as it does open up now, and it is interactable. There we go. We see the first interaction coming down here on the side of Exodus in all likelihood right now. It does look like, yep, they're going to show up for this one. 22. It doesn't look like they're trying to wait
Hellowing is killing
this time. We saw that against they used that against Take Care. They waited to cap. They were reverse capping. They were playing it a lot more cautiously across the board. This time they're confident. They're just going to reach out and try to get that cap immediately, Marlon.
Yeah, and it makes sense.
Exodus
I mean, we saw last time, we were wondering if it was a bit of a head game, is Hellowing purposely letting them cap, but no, it looks like Exodus's strategy here is legitimately just get this cap, and then we will not let you take it back. It doesn't matter if you have 14 minutes or 15 minutes or whatever. We are just going to keep fragging and preventing you from getting any contribution whatsoever. It worked on Cherno, and so far it's working here too, Blue. Exodus continuing to win the main objective, although Hellowing put up some pretty solid pushes here. I'm seeing Anarchy get some good spins. I'm seeing lots of force coming out of Hellowing. I'm seeing a lot of confidence in this push now that they are ignoring some of those outskirt fights and trying to hit the main gazebo. A lot more red names, but it's just not enough. The kill feed's still overwhelmingly yellow on the actual objective.
Yep, absolutely. We see Dry Eyes here. Certainly some fans in the chat there. It looks like Blue sounding exhausted. I'm going to need some more energy. I don't know how much energy you actually want right now, okay? We're chilling. I still have 13 and a half minutes to go on this match. Then we could have a third match. Then we got to have potentially 2 best of 3s after that too, okay? I got a lot of energy I got to keep in the reserves for now, okay? I'm doing my best. Fiercely on the low ground down there, doing what he can. He certainly has been spinning like an absolute madman. Here's Funk. We spoke with him before as well. The power bottom of Exodus here on
What is
this
this
healer,
game?
taking a lot of damage and selflessly
Throwing
somehow
on
not
Liberty.
healing himself. Tragically, the Tombstone POV. That is usually how leadership goes for you, is you end up with a Tombstone POV on repeat because you know, they say
Oh,
that those
that
can't
meteor,
play
that
coach
was
and
not a
those that
regular
can't
meteor.
coach
That was Dallas
sit
Noah's
30 rows
meteor.
back shouting obscenities. That's where we're sitting, Marlon.
That is correct. Maybe 40 rows back. And I mean, look, if people want some more energy, then we're going to have to see some better pushes here, Blue.
It's turning
kind
Liberty.
of ran that last match, and so far, they're kind of running this one too. For 2 guilds that I would expect to be so close in power, I'm kind of wondering what is happening tonight. These are the final matches. Whoever loses this best of 3 here is going to get knocked out, is not going to get paid any of that Lucent, thousands and thousands of Lucent on the table here to be walked
this is
away
lower
from.
bracket.
So where are those helloing pushes? Where is that huge surge that we saw before? These are the guys that knocked Exodus down into the losers bracket. And yet in this scenario here, it's looking like these guilds are not even a fair match.
Yeah, well, I mean, it does look like a fair match, but I think that Exodus just came with a stronger strategy here. People saying one of the teams benched their top 3 DPS for the match. Well, clearly they weren't the top 3 DPS. Tough shit. That's how it goes at the end of the day. And sometimes you do have to bench some of your top DPS in order to get the composition that you want. That winners win at the end of the day. It is what it is. Now, just that being said, Cammy standing on the outside of the fight here, waiting for his static to get here so we can dive onto the point. You see Croft and the rest of Exodus just, they look like a death ball. I mean, Tira has to be looking at this like, man, they're grouping up an awful lot. And there's Anarchy getting into the middle of everyone here, but sadly not able to get a spin down on the
if
side of
Exodus
Hellowing
got
here.
knocked to
And
the
again, we don't see Ari
lower tier,
getting those characteristic
then
spins
that means
down,
tier
as
was
well here. Instead, he's getting
tier
really
1
solid
guys then.
pulls off the side, but they're just going to
Slant
take the
time,
grapple
thank you
back
for the
up.
follow,
It's not as
thank you,
impactful on Grand Alon on the backside of the fight here. And now Anarchy without a static here. He's looking for an opportunity to spin, but gets blown off the edge again. And this is just how dedicated this Exodus squad is. These guys are focusing these people. They are making sure that Anarchy can't go. Oh my God, that's a good spin right there, but he just doesn't have the buffs to make it happen. There we go. We'll see if he can get it done. Waiting for the pole to come down any second now. There's Shirley. There we go. Goes for the spin. I was like, Eddie, whenever you're ready. Gets no kills though. And Exodus just
got
shutting
stunned
down the Cordies on the side of Hellowing. Unbelievably good play. And it's making me excited for this potential grand finals here.
Yeah, I mean, this is really extraordinary from Exodus. You know, I'm giving Hellowing a bit of a hard time here, but to be fair, Hellowing is not a weak guild by any means. They are and have been one of the strongest single guild comps since all the way back when the game launched in NA. I'm just saying here that Exodus looks so incredibly strong, even against Hellowing, which has been a consistent top guild. Exodus is just kind of on another level tonight, Blue. They really, really want this, and they are not, this is not the 50-50 back and forth that we expected. You know, I really thought this might go to the 3rd match. I thought that this might be very, very difficult for Exodus, quite an uphill climb for them, but we are seeing consistent dominance not only on Cherno, but which is a hard map to consistently dominate on, but we're seeing that consistent dominance spill over to this Grand Alon map as well. Again, both of these maps are maps that Hellowing picked. These are the environments that Hellowing feels most confident in, that they can beat Exodus here. But in both of these cases, it's just crazy to see how strong Exodus looks here at the end of this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. We see Benki on the low ground down here. Serrano just firing away. Look how dominant Exodus is on the point
Spark
right
JJ
now.
here?
Unbelievably pushing Hellowing off. Again, it's like a different guild. Remember the winners bracket match? These guilds were neck and neck. It was right. It was
Oh, he
Like,
didn't
you
cut in.
just didn't know who was going to win until the final moments, and it was Hellowing that came up Brandonger with the brilliant strategy on Cherno that ultimately came out winning it there. This time, Exodus just flipping the script. If I'm Tier right now, I'm looking at this going, ruh-roh, Raggy. Ruh-roh, Scoob.
Yeah, Exodus, anyone watching them fight right now has got to be a little bit worried. Tier does have the advantage of the fact that they have not taken any losses in the tournament, so they've got to be defeated twice as many times as everyone else to get knocked out. But Exodus is looking like they are ready to go the distance tonight. They are not bumping the brakes at all. We see a full respawn coming out from Hellowing here and a pretty solid push. This might be their opportunity to make a difference. It looked like they were holding respawns over at Portal 3 for a moment here so they could make a more organized push into the gazebo, but now that they are here, I don't know, Blue, it seems like they're just a little bit slow getting in, trying to hit the gazebo from multiple different sides, and I don't know if the coordination is not there or if it just wasn't clear enough what they were supposed to do, because Exodus plenty of time there to respawn and catch them before they are able to even get past these columns.
Yeah, absolutely. You didn't block on the Dark Blight here, which is becoming more and more common in North America East in this region here. And certainly we saw it a lot in NA West as well as they caught on to it. You didn't block running both Tevent Daggers and Tevent Wand, interestingly enough, and just blowing people away. This guy is doing so much damage right there. We saw Fiercely actually get a spin-off on the side of Exodus over there as well. C getting another big kill feed, and now we're starting to see there's Anarchy, a big red kill feed coming through his Hellowing. Piles onto the point with 7 minutes left remaining. It is now or never, because it's going to take them a second to even get on here. They all pile into the point, but sadly, B-Blast has other plans for them as he pulls them all over, or they all get pulled into the corner, and B-Blast AoEs all of them down on the left side of your screen there. Now, Brandonger trying to interact with the point, gets pulled off. Taco-chan gonna go for the interact on the other side. He's gonna get blown off the point, and now it's Brandonger all on him on his lonesome. He's gonna retreat and limp off, lick his wounds, and back up there. 6.5 minutes left on the clock. Ari gets a decent spin that time, and they're gonna go for the cap one more time here. It is going to go off this time. They do have more people on this point than their opponent now, as it looks like Hellowing has decided to flip this switch. They have enough people on this point. Was it all part of the master plan all along for Brandonger? 25% and climbing as they have more people on the point. They've got them all clumped up. That's a lot of low yellow health bars right there. And Itachi is going to pick up a big kill feed. And I'm going to be honest, Morlin, they're running away with it. 31% and climbing.
Yeah, that was a very impressive push, and honestly, Blue, that could have been even worse. Ari was in a position to do a really devastating spin there, but he gets yanked out of it immediately and actually gets 0 kills, and then is taken out before he is able to get his cooldown and do another one. I really thought that Hellowing was going to push even harder there with those coordinates. That was looking really scary, but Exodus, even though they might have been thrown a little bit off by that push, look how quickly and strongly they rally. They shut down those Hellowing coordinates, flood back into this, and start to stuff that percentage right back down into the 20s.
What I see Exodus guild
What
in
a
our
good
server
push
boss?
from Hellowing, but these Exodus guys, what is going on here, Blue? They're just so difficult to solve.
They're feeding them.
Oh,
They're
man.
feeding them something different. It's in the water. But I'll be honest with you, what Hellowing just showed them is that this is going to be a lot closer than we initially thought. They
I don't
can
know.
surge just 2 more surges
It's
like
probably
that,
someone
and
else
they win
in-
this match
or
right now. And with 5
server
minutes left on the
boss.
clock, Hellowing does have enough
I'm not
time
sure.
to make those surges happen here. 22 people currently on the point. Exodus has pulled most of its guild back to defend the point now as they start to panic a little bit. Again, 35 people on the point. We did not see that before, Moreland. We never saw that many people for Exodus on the point. Now it's down to 23 again, as I think they've taken a little bit more control of it. But I think that Hellowing, whatever they just did to surge onto the point, they do it 2-3 more times, it's game over. But I'll be honest with you, if they're going to pull the trigger, they got to do so right now, because I think that Exodus just realized, okay, we were out of position a little bit for that. We're going to pull our boys back. And now this has basically shut the door on Hellowing. Their percentage is going to run out, where once they were at 30%, they are now at 0 with 4 minutes on the clock, and looking more and more like Exodus convincingly wants to be the strongest guild in NA East. They will have, assuming they can beat Hellowing for the rest of these 4 minutes here, they will have one more team waiting for them in the finals, and it's going to have to be convincing. As convincing as Exodus looks against Hellowing right now, Tyr has not dropped a single map in this tournament so far against a single guild in the tournament, and they have to beat Tyr not once, not twice, not 3, but 4 times, and essentially to win the tournament. They have to beat them in 2 best of 3s. They need to show everyone that without a doubt they are the strongest guild in NA East. And I'll be honest with you, they needed to come out this match, this needed to not be close, Morlin, if we were going to see a really close grand finals. And I'll just be honest, it does not look close. I think that Exodus is cleanly the stronger guild right here. As much as I love Hellowing, Exodus looking a step above them today. And I'll be honest, they do this against Tyr. Tyr better look out.
Yeah, Exodus looks absolutely terrifying right now. And I mean, I have fought against these guys in the past, and it's just so frustrating. You cannot figure out why they just feel so strong. They are kind of built different. They're ahead of the meta, I think. They've got some builds figured out that maybe other guilds don't have figured out yet. And when you pile that on with just the calmness and the coordination, you can see here it's devastating. Hellowing had that insane push a few minutes ago, and Blue, one crazy push when you're coming back and getting that second cap, one crazy push is all it takes. Ahri finally getting that huge spin there, that 8-kill spin, and you could see that playing out in the previous push. If he was able to get a 6-kill spin on that last push, I think Hellowing could have taken that entire cap. I mean, they surged to 35% so fast there. They could have easily gotten to 70% or even higher, but on that last spin, it just goes to show how these tournaments and those pushes like that can hinge on the tiniest little detail, because on that last push, Ahri was not able to get his spin off. He got hooked in the first half second that he was spinning. He just got pulled right out of it. Makes you wonder, like, where is that Cordy buff? Where is that, you know, Cordy wand to keep him from getting CC'd there? And, you know, how can those individual plays just make such a big difference?
They don't have enough time, right? There's just no way, right? The 29,
no, this is
30%. You're like, I'm a minute and 40 seconds left on the clock.
Holy shit, Exodus looks strong.
They don't throw in the final minute and 30 seconds right now. Wouldn't that just be the caster curse of a lifetime?
They would have to throw at this point. They would have to throw. I mean, unless they just wanted to go to the 3rd round. But Exodus has a gauntlet of matches ahead of them. I'm pretty sure they want to lock this down. I mean, you can't always throw a match in the final minute, but surely they're not going to do that here.
Yeah, surely. We will not see that here. I think it will be Exodus moving on. And Morlin, your tournament prediction might be right after all, my man. It might be Exodus.
I mean, like I said, you fight these guys and they just feel different than every other guild. They are so strong. I really, really expected to see them in the finals, if not take the entire tournament. I was so surprised when they got knocked down to the loser bracket to begin with, even though it was a strong guild that knocked them down. But they are proving that that match may have been a bit of a fluke, as they were able to rally and decisively come ahead 2-0 here against Hellowing, against the guild that knocked them down to the loser bracket to begin with.
Yep, absolutely. It does look with 24 seconds left on the clock, 1% on the cap. It does look like that Exodus will leave no prisoners, and also no doubt as to who is the stronger guild between Hellowing and Exodus. One of the guys down there says, "Meow, pet me, I'm a pretty kitty." That is Croft. Croft is a 60-year-old man. Interesting. I love Croft, but that was even for him. That was a little strange. I love him to death. Odie, 54 kills right there. B-Blast, Serrano, and Sobre rounding out the top 4. Frank at number 5 there, the real Frank, my man, right there. We saw another Frank that was really great in the tournament. I believe he was a healer for one of the other guilds as well. I'm forgetting which one as well. That Frank is certainly great as well. No shade right there. Hellowing's top killers of the lobby, Anatachaya, Cheap Tricks, D-Slime, Kirklando, and Ahri all the way down there on the second page. Top assist of the lobby, 129 for Sobre right there. Hellowing's Anatachaya at the top assist for them. Damage dealt looks like Sobre again. Odie, Serrano, Ensign, Zero, 4.3 million damage done. Again, a much lower this match as the fighting was just so spread out all the time. Anata Chaya again on that spear dagger, doing a great job for his guild. Dabloya and Charity rounding out the top 3-4. Hallowing down there. Damage taken 2.6 million for FEQ on the Crusader. Odie on that Gladiator that you love so much. Another Gladiator. D-Slime in the top 4 there. I'm in your walls. In at number 3. Sieg down there for Exodus at the very bottom. The second to top tank of the lobby for them. 2.6 million damage healed for Bo Harding. Not Sauron Fuji. Lychee Light Ice. Amiibo and Gnarly Gnar. The top healers of the lobby here. And certainly there was no doubt it is Exodus that will move on to fight the final boss, Moreland.
I'm so impressed at how Exodus is able to play these gladiator
Holy
builds.
shit.
Blue, I mean, you
That's
saw
a-
generally 1 or 2 strong
a
gladiators in
strong
most of these
showing.
comps. I think that's kind of to be expected.
Booking.com has all kinds of stays because a laid-back beach house is right for some, but off-brand for others. Find exactly what you're booking for. Booking.com.
Was the Gladiator their top DPS? Exodus Gladiator?
So
More team waiting for
expected to
3 million damage done. Again, a much lower this match as the
Wait a minute.
fight
Holy shit, this guy is owning in Gladiator. The fuck is this guy running? Oh,
thing is just so
damn.
spread out all the time. Anata Chaya again on that. So killers of the lobby and great in the tournament, I believe. B Blast Serrano off, but that prisoners at the kitty. That was a little strange. I love him to death. Odie, about 54 kills right there. B Blast Serrano and Sobre rounding out the top 4. Frank at number 5 there. The real Frank, my man, right there. We saw another Frank that was really great in the tournament.
They gave up on Spear Daggers. It's only the Gladiators up here. No Spear Daggers at all from Exodus.
I believe he was a healer for
Wait, there's
one of
one.
the other guilds as well. I'm forgetting which one as well. That Frank is certainly great as well. No shade right there. Halloween's top killers of the lobby, Anatachaya. Cheap Tricks, D-Slime, Kirklando, and Ari all the way down there on the second page. Top assist of the lobby, 129 for Sovre right there. Halloween's Anatachaya at the top assist for them. Damage dealt looks like Sovre again. Odie, Serrano, Ensign, Zero, 4.3 million damage done. Again, a much lower this match as the fighting was just so spread out all the time. Anatachaya again on that spear dagger, doing a great job.
What is he running? What build is he running?
レジスタンス、レジスタンス。全部あの忌々しい奴らのせい。見ててあげましょう。カランシア様から授かった偉大なる力を。その魂まで作っていただくわ。
Yo, what's up, Barman? How you doing? Yo, Taz, thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good, good. Nothing much going on. Just waiting for the new update. I can't do the watch party. Fuck. What's up, Eludia? How you doing?
レジスタンス、レジスタンス。全部あの忌々しい奴らのせい。見せてあげましょう。カランシア様から授かった偉大なる力を。その魂までも全ていただくわ。
Why are we all so low? Nice, we got Ares. Fight crit. Oh, whatever. Still sauce.
When it came to the collision game, these guys might be running, 2,800 collision resistance or something insane, but Exodus just says, okay, well, we might not be able to pull you off the stone, but we'll just absolutely blast you 100-0. Something that we have not really been able to do so far in Tier 2. Tank's notorious right now for being so hard to kill, even with 10 people hitting them. But Exodus looking like they're just not even struggling. When they see Profinity on the stone, they just blast him off.
Yeah, they finally did interact with the stone. They did get that interact off. He went down as a result of it, but Tay is the one that ultimately gets the interact off. But the problem for Tyr here is they do not have enough bodies in here. Where's Croft? Where's Odie? Where are their top DPS here? Trying to get onto the stone right now. They only have 17 people, 33 people for Exodus standing tall, just blasting away the DPS and the healers on the side of Tyr, pulling the tanks off the edge consistently over here. Here's Dudu for Tyr. He's gonna try to dash in and try to get a spin off. There's the spin right there, and that was pretty big. He gets 4 kills on that one. That was pretty good for Tyr, and you can see them bursting onto the stone now. There's Vert trying to get in here on this Dark Blighter as well. He's invisible now as they keep trying to focus him and push him off the edge. He's trying to get his DPS down. Now they're the ones with 31 people on the stone, and that's how quickly it turns. Tyr trying to flip the switch. They almost ran out of that cap right there. I'm able to save it at about 5% or so, and now they're climbing. They're at 13.5%. They don't have a moment to lose on this one, Morlin. They only have 6 minutes on the clock to get this percentage all the way to 100.
Yeah, they are climbing, Blue, but they are climbing somewhat slowly, and there's some sketchy back and forth here where it looks like they might be at risk of losing that cap completely, but they were able to hold it, and they were able to continue that climb. They have enough time to do this, but only if they are super solid, consistent, and focused for the next 5 minutes straight. Again, you could tell they wanted to initiate that cap at the 10-minute mark. They did not want to initiate it at the 6-minute mark. This is going to be a much sketchier situation for them. They've got to go all the way 0 to 100 here, or else they are going to run out of time. Exodus knows this too. They stalled those caps, they bought that time, and now they are ready to reap the rewards. If they could just hold out for a few more minutes, then they can get their first win against an undefeated guild.
Oh my god, but they are ticking up so dangerous right now, and this isn't Hellowing. Hellowing was only able to get to the 30%. They've already cleared that in tier now, showing that they are a stronger guild than they fought previously. They're at 37% or so, and stalling right now. This is right around where, again, Hellowing stalled at around 30% and then went straight to 0. We are at a full stop at 36% right now on the side of tier, and they cannot get this going. We're under 5 minutes left on the clock. Invuln gets pulled off the point right there, as it looks like Exodus trying to stand tall. Can they upset what looked like a guild that was going to go all the way in this one? Everyone just pouring onto the point. You see Gnarly Gnar on the northeast side over there doing what he can to try to get onto the point and contribute. Krunkan gonna get bursted down, but look at that kill feed. Super back and forth, 23 to 22. It is one person on the point that makes the difference right now. You only need one more person than your opponent, but even still, Exodus knows that, and they've got them down at 28%. Now they're going to move back up to 31% as they start to rally one more time. It's going to take one good Cordy spin. Could be about 10% on the clock here, Moreland.
Blue, it's such a crazy map. The positioning here is so delicate. You can see you have to be in that inner circle here. It's not good enough just to get up on this platform, and you can't hide behind those pillars. If you're going to be counting for contribution, you have to be wide open and exposed for damage, which means everything has to be perfect. Your tanks and your healers have to be paying attention every second of this map. We can see many players opting actually not to give contribution here, Blue. Even though this is so close, even though everybody is so important, the absolute danger of standing in this little death circle here. We have 10-15 players from both sides opting to just stand outside and right next to the circle and just rain damage from outside of the cap.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. This is going to come down to the wire. 3 minutes left on the clock. Time is running out for tier right now as they try to rally against this Exodus squad that just seems so intimidating to so many guilds. Can they make it happen? They're still stalled at about 30% right now as Exodus seems to have their number. They only have 15 people on the point. Exodus coming out strong in round 1 of this best of 3 match. They might just hand tier their first loss of the tournament, Moreland.
They are still hovering around that 30, Blue, but I just don't know. There's time. There really is still time. It's crazy that Exodus can hold tier off for this long. I doubt that tier has ever had trouble securing a cap in 5 minutes, even against a difficult opponent. Even if your opponent is a little bit stronger than you, often you can still slowly climb that cap up. But here, Exodus has basically frozen them at that 30% mark, but all it's going to take here is one devastating push from tier, and that can still change in this final minute.
Yeah, absolutely. 38% and climbing now. They just have a few more people on the point than their opponents, but they can't afford any more stalling. They're climbing up to 42% as tier is going to get very, very close to this one. 45. Do they have enough time? They need to go Guardians, Remedies, everything they've got. Everyone pulled to the point. You see Gorga, Trey, Clover, Bob, everyone running onto the point right now to contribute as they take over 50%. That's good pacing for them. They have 30 people over 29. Just barely more people than their opponent as they take up to 55%. Exodus just trying to hold on for dear life here, Moreland.
Yep, and even Vert jumping on the cap as that Dagger 1 trying to stay alive. Every single body from tier needs to be here. And They are making it happen. That's what I'm saying. It just takes one crazy surge in the final minute. They have the presence to be able to pull this off. And Tier does not want to have to fight 4 or 6 matches tonight, Blue. They want to fight 2 matches and close it out and get their loosened. But it is so close here in these final seconds.
71% and climbing, 45 seconds left on the clock. It's going to be a photo finish in our very first round. Chipotle Burrito has now rallied to the point. Scorpion just now to be here. Doo-Doo Dogwater with an 8-kill spin. They pull ahead. There are over 2 times as many people on the point. 86% for Tier. Where did this come from? 89. Huge kill feed for Axbot. The generational talent coming through. 96, 97, 18 seconds on the clock. I think they've got it. Tier comes home with Grand Alon. Unbelievable.
20 seconds to go, Blue, and they are able to secure it. Where did that push come from? That was absolutely devastating in those final minutes. Exodus was stuffing that push, locked it at 30 for so long, and then we just see it go straight from 30 to 100.
Shit, OD's still cooking on that build.
Full momentum. You can tell that the comms for Tier must have been just absolute fire for that final push that was so strong against Exodus, a guild that is impossible to push, but they just absolutely bulldozed them there with 15 seconds remaining.
I think I peed a little bit. That was literally insane. If you aren't bricked up right now, yes, that's a throwback to our boys over in Bricked, which have mainly maced with Tier right now. If you aren't bricked up right now, I don't know what to tell you. I'm getting more excited about this than most people do about their firstborn child. Odie, Zero, Doo-Doo Dogwater, B-Blast competitive, the top 5 kills of the lobby right there. 135 assists for Zerog on the Liberator of all things in this matchup right here. 127 for Ensign. Looks like DWN and Rarkar, the top assists of the lobby for Tier down here. Top
Here's
damage
cooking,
in the
man.
lobby, 5.9 million, almost rounding out to 6 million for Zero from Exodus on this Liberator. Look at his loadouts. He's double arc boss on this one. 5.9 million for Ensign, Odie, Serrano, Rarkar, Doo-Doo Dogwater, all rounding out that top 5 of damage dealt. Damage taken Tier.
Odie's going crazy.
At the top of the damage taken
Odie's
leaderboard,
going crazy.
Rarkar, Phobias, Crunk God, Massive, Hailer, and Odie, the top tanks of the lobby, some of which are healers, some of which are DPS users. But you know what? They made it happen. 3.7 million damage healed right now for Massive, the best healer in the lobby. And this is when I said these guys are the real goats. Massive, Green Velvet, Enman, Xanax, Clover. These are the guys that made the difference for Tier right here on that final push. Gnarlynar, again, topping the leaderboards for Exodus. Teapot and Emibu rounding out the top 3 for Exodus. But oh my God. Oh, what a photo finish right there, Vorlin.
Insane. I mean, seeing how much damage Exodus puts out, a 6 million damage Liberator, I don't think I've ever seen that in my entire life on any region. Most of those guys have rolled over to Spellblade or something by now, but Exodus still putting up crazy damage, and yet they still slip away in those final seconds, and it is the healer difference, Blue. Like you said, those are the guys that made it count at the end when you needed to be alive at the critical moment. Tier had the bodies for a moment there. They had twice as many bodies. I don't know how you get twice as many players on a stone against a guild like Exodus, but when Tier needed it in that last minute,
I don't know,
they somehow pulled it off.
AI is old news, but apartmental intelligence, that's the future. Picture your
That's
perfect
crazy.
apartment. Watch this.
It's in my head.
And now it's up there.
Oh!
Oh, apartments.com. A place to find a place. Oh!
Dang. Dang. Oh, come on. Fandango.
With Fandango, choose your theater, showtime,
And a seat just for me. Oh,
no matter how you dang. Always Fandango.
dang.
To find your way, sometimes you have to pave it yourself. Introducing the latest addition to the Honda Trail Sport lineup, the 2026 CR-V Trail Sport Hybrid.
Work. Play. Blink. Relief. Work. Play. Blink. Relief. Work. Play. Blink. Relief. Work. Play. Blink. Relief.
The only 3-in-1 extended relief formula for dry eyes. To help your eyes keep going.
Blink.
Relief with every blink.
With hotels and vacation rentals, Booking.com has something for everyone.
Seashells! You got anything more boutique?
Oui, right this way.
Yeah, we're talking.
What about something more family friendly?
Maybe a resort with a water park?
Or somewhere less family friendly?
Yep, one Vegas hotel for the bride-to-be.
What if we hate everything?
We have free cancellation. Find exactly what you're booking for. Booking.com, Booking.com.
Is it good?
Case closed.
Trolley gummy pop.
Third game in the best of three, or in the best of three format there. So that was at least close. But overall, you compare it to the other guilds, it's been very back and forth all tournament long in NA East here. And now again, you can see how close these guilds at the very top are. Interestingly enough, we are seeing that switch over to SNS Spear. Interestingly enough, but I'm fairly certain that these people are broke, Morlin, because in EU they were running Del Nozoa's Spear, and in NA they're running Naru's Sawfang Spear. Can you speak to that a little?
No, Naru's is legit. You don't, especially if you're playing it as a tank. Yeah, because you have the extra.
But Del Nozoa, I mean, come on.
No, you're playing the push-pull game. Look, Deluge Noah thematically is one of the coolest weapons in the game. Yeah, everyone wants to float around, you know, and cause a wave, knocking people off. But at the end of the day, that thing doesn't have the resist and the chance on it, and Naru's does. And when you're playing a game like this, where it's build versus build, we saw the tank difference in tier versus supple, and we might see that again here. If you're the tank that has more collision resist, if you're the tank that has more collision chance, and you're playing a map where there are ledges, then
Where's Daigon again? 7.
It is right by the objective, but the objective is big on this map. You can play the upper platform, and if you get tossed off that upper platform, it doesn't really matter. You're still in the fight. So we might see maybe some of those SNS players swap over to a Gladiator or something like this to get some more firepower. Spear is certainly going to have a lot of food in this match. There are some tight hallways to fight in, some small corridors and things. Even the platform up top that we're going to be battling on, there's not a whole lot of room to move around. So it does not surprise me at all that these guys have a different loadout and a different mindset when it comes to this map compared to the previous one.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like both guilds are in the lobby. I give the go to the tournament director. We are on Manticus for potentially the final map of NA East. In the Best in Guild Talandre Championship Series, who has conquered Talandre and who will come up short? Who walks home with all the Lucid? Both guilds flying in using those morphs, trying to get to the stone before their opponent's tier gets there slightly sooner. They have the edge, but now the red health bar is showing up for Exodus now, and Izuna gets first blood in this one. Massive getting really low, a lot of tier really clumped up on that high ground up there as they try to group up together, Morlin, but I think it's yellow with the health bars on the stone initially here.
It is, and Tyr knows that Exodus wants that position, which is why they rushed it so hard. We saw a bit of a fight break out initially on the spawn. In on that upper area where people like to try to catch respawn, but they did not linger at all. They ignored that fight and went straight for that platform. This is the platform that Exodus used to dominate Supple in their previous match. Tyr knows that Exodus wants this, and they were able to get here just a little bit faster in order to get set up. And once you are set up here, it is really difficult to approach. I mean, what angle do you take to fight this? There's walls in every direction. You can try to come from up top, but it just takes so long. So they really wanted to be the first ones here. They were able to do that, but now Exodus kind of actually taking it back, Blue. I'm not sure who's going to win this platform fight.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, it's so back and forth. This is laser close. This is even closer than the kill feed we saw in the first round. You see a yellow kill feed, then you see a red kill feed, then you're back the other way. Axbot impressively getting a lot of kills there. Strikex with a good spin, being pulled to the low ground here. There's so much action going on this stone on all sides, basically, as Morlin gives you that bird's eye view. And I'm going to look to the low ground here. You can already see Chipotle Burrito trying to spawn camp. You saw both of these statics duking it out in the previous round as well. Certainly one of the best and only Scorpions we see in this match. Gets stealth right there, avoids the guillotine, gets very healthy, looking to pump down some damage. Is he gonna find Kenray? No, he's gonna catch a heal. Now it's Chipotle in a lot of trouble. Now he's gonna catch a heal as well. Abuses that stealth once again. His kitten comes to his rescue right there. He's found Thara. He's gonna lock him down, and again interrupting these regroups on the side of Exodus here is so important.
I'm watching the main perspective over here, Blue, and it's a little bit different than last time. We saw Zerog previously from Exodus camping this upper platform and just getting an insane amount of value against Supple. But eventually he was killed by one of these Supple staff members, Kailash, who came and hit him with that 1v1 a couple times. Now he's got a little bit of a posse up here. We got 3 different players holding this high ground. Zerog, the 6 million damage liberator. I don't know what they are feeding that guy, but he's not playing it solo up here. He's got a little bit of backup this time as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Zerog, Yeah, I don't know what's in the water here, but he's got double arc boss, and he is firing. And normally, I do not like pigeoning from my liberators, but you know what? I'm not going to argue. He's clearly better than I am at the game. I'm not going to argue if you're topping the leaderboards at the end of the day. Neither will his shot caller. Al Capel getting really low on the stone here, but able to heal himself back to full health, gets pulled off the edge, and that is always a problem on Manticus here. We have a minute and 20 seconds before the stone does open up. It's been very back and forth. Let's take a look at the leaderboards to see just who is winning this one. Izuna, 13 kills. What a gap right there on the Gladiator. What an absolute goat. Right there, 7 for Sieg, Bleach, Chipotle, Burrito, Competitive, Aka, and Zerog trying to keep up on that one. Damage dealt, Doo-Doo Dogwater certainly topping that with that Cordy crossbow. Izuna, once again, look at the damage that guy's putting out. Odie as well for Exodus, doing a great job. Strikex in as well for Tyr. But again, Exodus looks like they're starting to pull a little bit of head. Tyr taking a lot more damage, but also healing a lot more as well. And we saw that before. Funk Monk, Gnarly Gnar, and Teapot, the top healers of the lobby for Exodus. And you can see them all grouped up. Frank collapsing down now on the fight with his Cordy. We'll see if he can't get a good spin off right now. There's the spin on the stairs right there. He didn't pick up very many kills on that one, but his guild did. And that is what is important when you are a Cordy in this case. And I think that Exodus slightly has the edge right before this point opens up.
We're really starting to see this snowball now, Blue. It looked very 50-50, but once you get established on this map, it is very difficult to take it back. And Exodus is pretty established up top, although I will say they are playing a lot more close to the entrance of the stone than they were against Supple. They kind of just ignored the entrances against Supple. They are not going to do that against Tyr. They don't want any Tyr members at all leaking in here. They definitely have control at the moment, but this is just such an interesting map, and it will naturally spread the fight out between both those left and right sides. So even if you have control, you got to decide, are we going to let people get close to the stone, or are we going to try to split up and hold two fronts?
Yeah, Sovlang does get the interact on the stone there, and you see what is going on. 31 people to 15 on the point for Exodus right now. You have to think that this is in part due. Oh my goodness, look at this high ground battle. You have Shunks coming in here to try to flank this, but who's trapped in here with who? Tank Vicious now under a lot of pressure. He's the only Spellblade. Never mind, Lamborghini comes out of stealth, pulls them off the edge, and turns a 3v2 into a 1v2. Who said, oh my god, he gets pushed off the edge there as well, and now it is a 1v1 on the high ground. Zerog goes back to fighting. Oh, I guess he's just gone. Tank's Vicious just gonna throw out some damage right here. It is Liberator versus Spellblade right now. Sadly for Tank's Vicious, it looks like he's the one taking a lot of damage. What are they feeding Zerog right now? It's a 1v1 between these two. No healers to be seen right now. He goes into stealth, charges that focus fireball, but why he just doesn't take any damage? He's a Terminator. Zerog wins it out. What a crazy static battle that we just saw right there.
What happened to that tank, Blue? I think he may have shield charged himself off the side. Nobody pushed him or anything. And I wonder if Tanks is kind of wishing that he had a little bit of backup there. That was crazy. Zerog now using the Liberator skill to pull his friend back up on the platform, using that staff pull there, which is such an interesting strategy. Exodus really just locking down the macro strats here on top of those small skirmishes. I thought Tyr was going to just knock him off there. I thought that was over. That is crazy how he turned it around.
I can't believe how back and forth that was, but he pulled him back to the high ground, like you said, to try to help. He said, get back up here, I need you. And now it's just Ensign on the high ground as Zerog looks like he either got knocked off or is on the low ground somewhere now. He might have to go all the way around. I'm not sure his opponent or his buddy there has the pull equipped. Good Cordy spin coming down right there. And Izuna's gonna pick up a lot of kills. 3 kills for Vert, 4 kills for Vert right there. Holy Dark Blighter Batman. Interestingly enough, Vert left his family. He had a family reunion this weekend, and he asked me, he said, Blue, can you do me a solid? Can you stall the finals match by 20 minutes so I can abandon my family and get home for what is really important? And I said, I got you, bro. So we literally stalled. That's why we were in starting soon so long today, as we got Vert to his finals match here for Tyr. Interestingly enough, and he is here. I think he literally bought a laptop so that he could play this from the family gathering at home, because I don't think he's live right now, but he is here for the boy, playing on probably an Alienware or something, doing his best, and he is certainly pumping down a good amount of damage right now. Offense right here on the low ground, and again, 30% in climbing on the side of Exodus, but Tyr has control of the stone currently, but only by a hair, Marlon.
Yeah, and he did not ditch the family reunion to lose, Blue, so they are going to be coming out as hard as possible here. And I love what Vert is able to do with that build. You know, again, a lot of people abandoned the Dagger Wand, and instead, if they wanted to do the Curse Bomber, they're just playing it Shield Wand, but he is bringing it back and making it work again, and I bet we'll see some copycats start to pick that up soon with how well he has been performing. But, I mean, this is just, it's crazy how back and forth this is. Even down below and up top, both teams trying to decide, is it worth it sending people all the way up to that pigeon location so they can get those free hits? The fact that this upper platform here counts toward the objective, you can tell that both guilds absolutely value this more than anything else. They will put way more people fighting over this upper platform than they will even on the stone itself, which is kind of wide open right now. And whichever guild can hold that, in theory, can snowball, can finish clearing everyone out, and then can just prevent any reinforcements from coming through. But neither guild, despite having some decisive pushes, has been able to be the one to lock this position down.
Yeah, interestingly enough, that fight is still going. Thank God you're giving us the upper perspective here in that picture-in-picture. I'm looking at the low ground right now to see how the Statics are fighting down here, and it's still Chipotle Burrito and Krunkon doing their best to lock that down. I don't see anyone spawning. Oh, it does look like that now a lot of people are spawning from the upper spawn as well. Frank, what are you doing? Frank, they need your people need you, Frank. Here's one of the Cordy crossbows on the side of Exodus. We'll get his perspective as he flies back to the fight here. He's gonna land with almost no stamina in the tank. There we go. He needs to get buffed up, and in this fight right now, you see Vert on the stairs. That's a priority target for him right there, but he doesn't want to spin right away. He's trying to get buffed up. He does get his buffs. His static looks like they must be right around him here. He's gonna go for a spin any second now. But again, both guilds have now initiated a cap on the point. Tyr not waiting, interestingly enough, until the 10.5-minute mark to initiate their cap. They have started climbing in percentage too. It is neck and neck. Both guilds right around the 20 to 25% or so mark right now as Exodus gets back on top of. There's Frank's spin right there, and that's why they give him the Cordy, because that was a very impactful spin. No, he didn't get many kills, but the rest of his guild was right there with him to basically mop that up. You see Axbot on the high ground right here. Not really sure why he's running the Crusader build up. Oh, there we found out why he's pulling people off the edge. He gets some priority targets right there as he moves over. Zales gets really low and now moves over toward the edge. Haha, says who got who. They stop to hit him, and Zales says, get out of here. Pulls him off the edge. Gotcha. Pulls him off the side of the edge, and when you think he's low on health and you can kill him, he catches a heal from his healer and pulls them right back off the edge. Both guilds back and forth, Morlin.
Look how much focus on this upper platform. Xerog actually now, instead of being on that well, now he went down, but a moment ago he was all the way up on this very back ledge, Blue, where he could only hit people on the top platform. And even though he's so far back, he has a Seeker, just a pocket healer. It's hard to put into words how eccentric it is to give a Liberator a solo pocket healer. I guess it's not solo now that he has staff pulled his buddy Ensign back up, but still, just they must consider this to be such a valuable position to dedicate one of their healers just to babysitting two casters up here. But you can actually see it working, Blue. That's what's so funny about it.
Yeah, and they are technically contributing to the stone. I had to get confirmation from other guilds in the tournament because you are really far up here. Interestingly enough, as long as you're in this radius, these three people are still contributing to the stone and pumping down some of the highest DPS in the lobby right now. If you look at the DPS, oh my goodness, look at Exodus pulling ahead now to 42. Tyr falling behind at 15% right now with 12.5 minutes left to go right now. Tyr, it looks like Exodus is Izuna, Dudu, Dogwater. Look how back and forth. Exodus, Tyr, Exodus, Tyr, Exodus, Exodus, Tyr, Tyr, Exodus, Tyr. Back and forth the whole way down. Izuna doing a great job. Xerog up there as well. We saw the Terminator himself, Odie at 2.9 million damage done on a Gladiator. Dudu, Dogwater, Zero, PRY, Izuna, and Serrano, all with the most damage done in the lobby. But look how back and forth it is. Damage taken, though. Holy moly. Here with a tremendous amount of damage taken, and that should tell you that Exodus is definitely winning the match overall, because when you look over at the healing, it's not as one-sided. You see Funk Monk on the leaderboards, Gnarly-Gnar, Emibu, even though their guild is taking a lot less damage, they're still managing to get those healers in the top end right now, and that's why they're just slightly ahead in percentage. You see Shonks and Tanks Vicious did manage to push that crew off the high ground there, Morlin.
Yeah, the revenge of Tanks Vicious coming back and shoving Insane and Zerog off, and now he has a pocket healer of his own. It's interesting how much resources are being dedicated just to this Pigeon position, and we can see it possibly paying off. The fight is still going after this upper platform here. Up until this point, Exodus has had a slight but consistent lead when it comes to bodies on the point. They are consistently pulling ahead in that percentage there. But can having the Pigeon position make the difference here when a fight is this close? Perhaps having a Seeker and a Staff up top is what makes the difference. But now we're going to continue to see little skirmishes over this position. Both guilds do want it. They don't want to overcommit to it, but they just can't ignore the value of having these Staff players free cast up here. It looks like you didn't block trying to go for the 1v2, but killing a Spellblade with a pocket healer just going to be very difficult for any class. I'm sure Zerog and Insane want to have some kind of rebuttal to this, but I don't see them here yet.
Yeah, Stigmates, actually, interestingly enough, there were some spawn campers up on the high ground on the stone earlier. If we look over to our left, the spawn camper standing up there, and he stopped, dropped out of the air, locked him down, dropped the guillotine, killed that guy, started taking too much damage, dropped to the low ground, then had to battle his way all the way to the stone. It is a fight from spawn all the way to the stone between these two guilds right now. And I'll be honest with you, Exodus winning out 59%. Clearly what they are doing is just a step ahead of their opponent. Oh, ever so slightly. And I'll be honest with you, we tick underneath the 10-minute mark here. They're taking this in such a slow, methodical manner. I'll be honest with you, Morlin, I'm not sure that the reverse cap is possible on Tier's side if they let them run away with this one. Tier is down at 12.5% and falling right now. They've got 3 people committed to the high ground, but they're sitting here with their head in their hands. They have nothing to do. They're all on union break. Shanks just puts the healing circle down on himself, and now, again, they've overcommitted. Exodus dominating the low ground position. They have 41 people. I think that Tier has realized the position that they're in. They've pulled off the stone completely. I think they're going to hand the cap over to Exodus, and then they're going to try to reverse cap this with about 8.5 or so minutes remaining. Oh my gosh! No way! Exodus pulls every single person off the stone and says, no. We are not going to allow you to cap this right now or reverse cap this. They pull everyone back onto the stone. It looks like they're going to get up to 88, 89. Have they changed their minds on this one? They have changed their minds. Exodus is going to go ahead and take this all the way to the cap right now. Tier all the way backed up. And I'll be honest with you, that 10 seconds might just be the difference. We talked 10 or 20 seconds about being the difference right now. And now we're seeing Zerog fire down on those 3 people on the low ground. Tanks Vicious really low. Gonna throw the meteor. Did he kill him? Did he get him? He's still standing in stealth right there. He's at full health though. And Zerog firing to the low ground. I'm not sure where Tier actually is. They probably are going up and around. They've got 1 static here. I'll check the high ground positions here on this side of Tier. I don't see them, Morlin. I don't know where Tier actually is. I've got 1 static with Kitten static right there. The rest of Tier though, are they going up and around? Have you found them?
You have to wonder if your average Tier player even knows the route to get up there. It could be a pretty slow regroup here. They definitely pulled off the stone there, and man, it was interesting that Exodus decided to go ahead and finish that cap off, because every precious second is going to count here in terms of stalling. But now Tier is stalling against themselves. They really need to get this going. Yeah, they don't have enough time. It took them a full 6 minutes to get that cap. We're pushing the 7-minute mark now, and they They barely eked out that 6-minute cap last time, so they need to get here right now, Blue.
And now Tyr is going to have 7 minutes to cap this. It took 6 minutes to cap that first point. Actually, a little bit, definitely well over 6 minutes to get that cap down on the side of Exodus. Now they've got all their healers and everyone. I don't know what they're waiting for. 7 minutes and falling right now. You gotta go. They're not gonna have enough time to reverse cap this regardless of what you do. They are still waiting right now. Tyr has not pulled the trigger. Now they're gonna come down to this low ground here and start to elevate her down. There's Tay. He's gonna land on the stone. Remember, they have to interact with the stone and they can get pushed off the whole way. Prefinity is gonna go for that cap. The rest of Tyr now dropping down from the skies to try to make something happen in this fight. But oh my God, double Cordy spin on the point itself to keep Tyr from capping that point, regardless of how many people you have on the high ground. Their tanks, everybody that can cap the point, just got wiped on the low ground by a double corny spin. The spell blades focusing them down. Can they get the cap? They do get the cap, and they have 4 people standing up on this high ground. Zorogi not contributing to the point now. They're gonna start climbing. 7% now. They have got to stay on top of this. They only have just over 6 minutes to cap this. Have they waited too long? They waited 20 seconds was the difference in the last match. They should have enough time in this one. 34 people on the point to 27 from Exodus. They have the edge right now, Morland. Do they have enough time, though?
We saw just absolutely inches how close that cap was. That first cap stopped at 99%, and then the second cap, Prefinity's health, I swear, dropped to about 3% there while he was mid-cap. That could have been a disaster for Tyr, but they were barely able to get on the board, and now they are climbing. I mean, 5 minutes is a good amount of time to climb, Blue. We saw it took them about 10 minutes in total last time, but that's because they struggled to get that initial cap. Once they had the cap, I think it was around 6 that it took for them to channel, but with only 20 seconds remaining, so we are looking at a very similar timeline here. They can slowly make progress. Exodus locked them up really hard around that 30% mark last time around. Tyr making a very strong initial push here, but I don't know if it is as decisive as they were hoping. We're seeing much more of a 50-50 here now as Exodus rallies.
God, dude, this is every single match is going to be down to the wire in this one. 13% in climbing, but oh so slowly. They are not on pace to cap this Riftstone. I'll be honest with you, if you've got Guardians, I think you take control of the stone right now and it's over. If you get the full control of the stone, I don't think that Exodus has time to rally back and get all their people back on the stone. What you need is one convincing wipe, and that's what we're actually seeing out of Exodus right now. Tyr does control the high ground, but they're not doing much with that control up there, and they're getting wiped off the low ground. I'm not sure that they've got it on Manticus. 4 minutes on the clock. I would be remiss if I counted them out early, but I'll be honest with you, I think that Exodus took the early cap on the stone. Tyr gave it to them for free, and I think that they overthought their position here. I think that they conceded. They took too long to regroup, and now, yes, they had advantage for just a moment, but they didn't get the critical wipe that they need to. Now there's 40 people on the point for Exodus. If this cap gets snuffed out, Moreland, it is over.
Yeah, and I think it might get stuffed. They were able to stuff one of the caps that they had previously, and Tyr had to get that recap, which took so long. I think this might get stuffed here. Exodus is just so good at locking his position down once they have it. Once you have that defensive advantage on Manticus, it's so hard to push against, and there is definitely not enough time for a recap. They know what's on the line here. Remember, if Tyr wins here, it's all over. The whole tournament is over if Tyr wins, but if Exodus wins, they can still make a crazy comeback here, and it looks like this could be the beginning of that run. Tyr knows what's at stake too here, though. If Tyr can make this happen, they secure first place, they secure those loose ends, they secure the reputation of being absolutely untouched in the tournament. If they can just pull this off in the final 3 minutes here, then all the glory, all the spoils and Lucent go to them. So they have to know there's no way they're sitting back, okay, well, we still have some matches. They can end this right now, and they know it. But I just don't know. Exodus has such a fortified position.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, 2.8%, and they're clawing with their fingernails, but Exodus is ever so slightly out in front of this one, 1%. Are they gonna shut the door? This is not going to be a next map, Moreland.
They do get to pick, and just to be clear, everyone, this is Tier's first loss in the entire tournament. They were looking invincible up until this point, but Exodus has now shown that even gods can bleed here, and so Tier is going to have to be really careful with that next pick. It could still all end. It's still one match away from being over, but wow, Exodus has really shown you can't count them out yet. Despite that match on Grand Alon, these guys still have plenty of strategies on other maps, and they are not going to just fall apart in those final few minutes like they did before.
Yeah, absolutely. All stuck on the ramp now. They know that this is all but over. They're just going to fight for kills now. With 1 minute left to go, we will go to a 1-1 series here, and I'll be honest with you. Tier has got to be reeling a little bit right now. They barely won the first match, 20 seconds on the clock. I can pee, thank God, he says. He finally died. Thana goes down and says, thank God I can go to the bathroom, as he sprints away right now. And honestly, look, that's how it is. When you take this game this seriously, you are fighting in the grand finals of the very first tournament of its kind. It's the first large-scale PvP tournament we have seen in the MMO genre, and certainly the largest tournament that Throne and Liberty has ever seen worldwide, in the most competitive region worldwide as well. And it is a nail-biter. What a delivery on this series so far. Exodus bringing it back 1-1 opens up so many opportunities. Tier gets to pick the next map, but if Exodus wins this first best of 3, we have to do it again. We go again.
And so the maps that we fought on are excluded now, but if Exodus wins this whole set, then all of that starts over, and we could see an encore of GA or Manticus in the next set. But it's all going to come down to this next fight. Exodus fighting for their life here once again. They were able to hold on this time.
Based on his damage, I think
they're
he's
going to have to
running
hold on
full
again in just a moment.
Yes, they are. Odie, Izuna, Bleed,
Turning full
Dudu,
current burns.
Dogwater, the usual suspects of these lobby. CYG coming in as well, doing a great job. Akko,
OD has been
competitive Toronto,
consistent
Chipotle,
being the
Burrito,
number
Fiercely,
one
and B-Blast,
damage dealer
all
and
at the
killer
top of the
in the
defeats
lobby.
leaderboards. You notice B-Blast having a lot harder time against Tier than he did against Helloing. They're just locking him down as much as possible. You look at the assists. Serrano, 112 there for Exodus. Wando, the top assist for his team in Tier at 66. Huge gap right there. It does look like that Odie is going to have the top damage of the lobby at 4.89 million, 4.6 for Dudu. Serrano at 4.3. The Terminator himself, the best liberator in North America. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. Xerok right there, 4.1 million damage done on a liberator. Again, I don't know what they're feeding this guy. Absolutely insane. Damage taken. This is where you see who is being focused the most in the lobby here, guys. Massive, Phobias, Alcapal, Haler, Waffles, not Gorga. Again, the tanks actually doing their job, getting tanky. Now, most of the time in these top-end lobbies, you see, yeah, here we go, PRX getting focused on a Spear Dagger right here. You see a Gladiator CYG on the top of the leaderboards for damage taken as well. Dudu Dogwater up here as well. That's because he's being focused on that Corny Crossbow. 3.4 million damage. Heal for Al Capal, the top either of the lobby. Massive right behind him. He was the top either in the previous lobby. Edmund, Green Velvet, Xanax, Fun, Monk, Gnarly Nard, Waffles, Emibu, Jacob, and Hamsters Prevail. All the top healers on the front page of the lobby. What a crazy turnaround. Every single skirmish matters, Moreland.
It's so interesting to see how some of these kind of mirror the statistics that we
insane.
saw on Grand Alon Tier, with the overwhelming majority of the healing in that match. I mean, if you look at the healing numbers here, we have several Tier healers above 3 million, a few more above 2.5 million. The highest Exodus healer was only 2.4 million. So there is quite a crazy healing gap here, 30, 40, 50% healing gap between the top performing healers. And in the previous previous match, we saw that healing absolutely come through and clutch
Yo, what's
the
up,
match
Drake?
for Tier. Those healers kept everybody alive
Are you
in
watching
the
the
most
game?
critical
Game is
moment
nuts, man.
possible. But even with that overperforming healing on Manticus, the macro was just different. They were not able to get their guild in position where they needed to catch those heals, and Exodus was able to just hold it down and fortify. You see the similar numbers, but you see a different outcome. It's so interesting how the map can play into that.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mantic is certainly a bit of a coin flip map, and they demonstrated, Exodus demonstrated they cleanly
Exodus
have the
don't
better
like
strategy
spear daggers.
on that map.
They have a lot of GS
Pick ban
spears.
has happened, Morlin, and we have an interesting thing that has happened in this pick ban.
Everyone's talking about how to get more protein in their diet. We'll stop talking and head to Subway for tons of delicious protein-packed footlongs, like the Ultimate BMT, loaded with 54 grams of protein, or the All-Pro Sweet Onion Chicken Teriyaki, coming in at 58 grams of protein, all on irresistible fresh-baked bread. And now, Subway MVP Rewards members can buy any footlong in the app and get another for just $1. Get all the protein.
Hold on. Wait, Drake, are you in release because you got a friend that you know is in release, or? What's up, Greenbud? What do you use Glacial Da Vinci? Not a lot of people using it. It's for PvE. It's just an extra damage for PvE. Usually it's not really good because it takes so much spec points. Make a build so bad. Arena match.
To bring it back the other way for Exodus. Morlin, this is cinema.
You can't call it. You look at the kill feeds and you're like, oh, clearly this guild. Oh, nope, never mind. It's the other guild. Just absolute so much
slept on at the end of the day. I know a lot of people know that Cordy 1 is pretty good, but you don't see it paired with the Evan's staff very often like that, but it's actually very, very good, and I love to see that weapon loadout. Vert coming in here again on this Dark Blighter, stepping into position on the side here, throwing down a good amount of damage for his guild. Frank gonna pick up a good spin on the side of Exodus here, but again, I can't tell you who's necessarily winning, guys. We'll take a look at the leaderboards in just a moment as Competitive gets another kill on the board over there. One of the better Scorpions on the lobby. We did talk a lot before about Chipotle Burrito, but certainly Competitive, very, very good as well. Put some respect on his name. See if I can grab him over there. He's in the corner. There we go. I've got him now. I'm on the Scorpion right here. He's dashing around. You see how much mobility Scorpion actually has. You don't want to be in the middle of everything like that. Yeah, there we go. Stealth steps to the side of the fight, avoids the corny damage on the side right there, and then steps back in and starts pumping more damage. Now he's up on the high ground. Look how locked in you really have to be to play this class over here. So Competitive all over the place, just trying to put down as much damage as possible on this Scorpion, because you are art in the wind, as they like to call it, in terms of how much damage you can actually take, but in terms of how much damage you can deal, you pack quite a punch, Marlon.
I'm watching, and then he just fell over as soon as I was going to call him out. I was watching another one of the tier Scorpions. The Scorpion is just so good at shutting down respawns, and on a bigger map, they can get so much value. But, you know, the thing about Cherno is the respawn is about 6 inches away from the objective, and so the respawn camping battle and the main battle really just blend together the entire time, which is a tough challenge for these Scorpion players who are used to having to deal with, you know, maybe a couple greatswords running at them. They're not used to seeing a full guild run at them. Very dangerous for them to try to figure out where to position here, but Tier does have 2 of the craziest Scorpion players in the game right now. Even with all that skill, though, I'm still seeing both Chipotle and Competitive really get hunted on these tiers.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, and I just for a moment, because we're on Cherno and Hellowing picked Cherno like a million times. I know they got knocked out of the tournament, but to the Hellowing listeners at home, I have something that I would like to show to Brandonger. It's his favorite GIF. We asked him, the leader of Hellowing, what his favorite GIF in the entire world was, and he said it was this dancing cat that looks like a minion here. So interestingly enough for Brandonger, what an absolute unit. What a man. Choosing that GIF right there. What a goofball right now. Oh, he's so mad with me. Oh, he's so mad. Trey looking on this Crusader right now on the front line. I legitimately don't know who's winning. 38 seconds left on the clock. It's super back and forth. Look at these defeats, guys. Odie at the top as usual. That's the DPS and Croft's party there. We talk a lot about Croft as well. Tanks Vicious, DWN, Chipotle Burrito for Tyrion. Then back the other way. Akko, you didn't block on the Dark Blighter right here. Again, I think he's running Tevin. He is running Tevin, double Tevin. Interestingly enough, fiercely on the Corny right there. Strix and PRX as well. Very back and forth damage dealt. Again, super back and forth, but favoring more Exodus right now. Interestingly enough, damage taken also favoring Izuna right now. You can see he's getting focused down really hard. So is Bop there. Amount healed. Oh boy. The amount healed for Tier definitely starting to pull away on this one, but damage dealt for Exodus also very high. So again, that's why you can see this is really back and forth. You have the DPS on Exodus battling the healers in Tier right now, as they're just able to pump out so much DPS. The healers have so much work to do, and they are performing right now. The cap has opened up, but neither guild choosing to interact with it. A common theme on Cherno, Moreland.
It is a common theme on Cherno. It's interesting at the same time, though, Blue, because we delayed cap strategy on other maps, and we saw it kind of, you know, almost backfire on Tier on GA, and as a result the caps on Manticus came out so early. You could tell that neither guild really wanted to stall on that map. So hard to push. But on this map they have a totally different mentality. We're not seeing anyone even attempt to go for that cap. I suspect they're going to run the clock down at least to the 15-minute mark or so before they even bother touching it at all. They're just going for kills in the meantime.
Yeah, dude, they're gonna edge us all the way to the finish line of this one. This is, again, this could be the final match. This could be the final round of the Best in Guild tournament worldwide, guys. This has certainly been the biggest event of my creator career I've put on for any game that I've ever made content for, and has been the pleasure of my career so far. So if this is the last match, God, it's been a hell of a ride, and I have loved this. But you see, both guilds very back and forth. I could not ask for a closer, better cinematic ending to the tournament and the world than we are seeing right before our eyes right now. You see the boys in tier with some of those Cho Nation boys battling for their lives, battling for their right to claim the title in not one but 2 games over here. But Exodus, they just will not go down without a fight. Jinshi, I wonder now, normally when I look at Jinshi's name, I think of Wuthering Waves, but there was also a Jinshi in Vertex a long time ago as well. And then Croft, also from Vertex. I'm wondering if this is just, we're seeing a lot of ex-Vertex member potentially coming in here, fighting the good fight here. Interesting. No. Look, I love Wuthering Waves. We're not. No. I'm not a weeb. The combat is super good. I don't want to hear it. Okay, I love this name. Please do not redeem. Over here on the healer, doing a solid job consistently. One of the better healers in the lobby for tier right now, and he's positioned in a really good spot. Neither guild interacting with the stone quite yet. We're at the 17-minute mark. I would expect it a little bit closer to the 12-minute mark. We might see guilds start to interact with it.
Yeah, they are really going to wait as long as they can here to try to prevent that back cap. The back cap on Cherno is just such a constant threat. But this is a good opportunity to highlight some of these healers. Blue, I've got Green Velvet's position here. One of my former guildies from earlier in T2. Just an absolute amazing healer and so hard to take down. A really aggressive positioning. This is a player that you're going to see playing close to the cap. Always playing the objective when it is up. They haven't taken the cap yet, but nonetheless, Green is going to be exactly where he needs to be. He's going to be probably in the top 2 or 3 of every single one of the, and of course he gets what is going to be, I assume, one of his only deaths in the match as soon as I start trying to spectate and glaze him. But we see, some of these healers are just so unkillable, so hard to take down, not just keeping their teammates alive, but keeping themselves alive as well. It's always a bit of a meme that as soon as I spectate someone, they fall over. But nonetheless, some phenomenal healers on the side of tier here made the difference for sure on GA and could very easily make the difference here.
Absolutely. Charlie Mack firing away as one of the last invocators in the tournament over here, doing what he can to try to put down damage. I think he's had the same positioning basically the entire game along here, and his static certainly backing him up in the corner, throwing down a good amount of damage here, but it is so back and forth. I mean, both kill feeds. Look, there's a red kill feed. Boom, there's a, oh my gosh, Strikex with a massive spin right there as I say that. So getting a huge kill feed for tier. Axebot on the high ground. Interestingly enough, this guy has put down so much damage. It's a Crusader. Gray Eyes great sword, and Queen Bellandussi's languishing blade right there is his build. But this guy puts actually, I mean, he tanky, but like he also puts down a lot of damage on this Crusader.
I've got Fiercely's perspective now, Blue. I'm trying to see if those Exodus Cordies are going to get some value here. Again, both of these guilds just know exactly who they should be targeting on the other side. But Fiercely looking really strong, charging up the stairs, took a little bit of burst, and then just healed it right back up. His group is going to be watching him, trying to keep him safe so that he can get that value. Exodus Cordies maybe historically have not gotten quite as much value as some of the Cordies in the other top guilds, but this is the guild that is known for constantly tweaking, improving, figuring out what they're doing wrong. And so even if he's not historically one of the best Cordy players, it would not surprise me if as an Exodus player he does not emerge as one of the best Cordy players by the end of this tournament. And we're seeing just some really strong play from Fiercely here, staying alive on the cap for a tremendous amount of time. You got to know that everybody is looking at him and wanting to prevent him from playing the game right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm on offense now on the side of tier here, and you can see he's running. Well, he was. Oh wow, interesting. He's running Del Nazoas now over the Naru we talked about before, and he. gets shoved off the edge right there. But again, constantly swapping weapons out depending on the map that they're actually going for. He was one of the people, again, they just go back and forth, I suppose. But depending on which map they need to, look, I'm not going to talk about itemization is something that as a shot caller, I expect my players to know what items they need to be running at any point in time. You just need to come up with the strategy. You got a lot of other stuff to focus on here. So I'll leave it to them. I do think that Del Nazoa's, I agree with that choice on this map here, Moreland. How about you?
I think it's a very good pick. I mean,
it's really good.
anything that you can do to oh wow, actually real quick though, Blue, Tier is making a pretty crazy decisive push here on the objective. Do you think they're finally getting to go for the cap? I saw a pretty yellow feed and some positioning as if they were going to kind of cut off the stairs here. I'm not seeing a lot of Exodus on the platform. They're still not going for it though. They're still waiting it out. Are they just going to wait until there's 10 minutes left?
I said 12 minutes was when we would probably start to see people interacting with the
for
point.
the gold
I doubt that we see it go down to 10 minutes. I think the guilds are going to want to start to get that going. We see Juju Dogwater standing by the point right now. I would expect it in the next 40 or so seconds that we see the first interaction come down. I could be wrong about that. Who knows at this point? It has come down to the wire, but I don't know about you, Moreland. I would want to at least get the cap going early on in this one, so that
nobody's
you can
capping
start
this.
to snowball that percentage a little bit, because you know it's going to take a while to get on top of this one. We are seeing Tier come out with some really big yellow kill feeds time and time again here. Remember, it was Exodus that chose this stone, so clearly they have to have something prepared for this stone. We take a look, we're tick down to the 12-minute mark. No interaction quite yet. Look at the leaderboards right now. Tier definitely more kills on the leaderboard overall, but Exodus leading them. Damage dealt, again, Exodus higher on this. The amount healed, though, Tier's healers doing a phenomenal job. Damage taken very back and forth, but Tier favored there as well. Now we're ticking underneath the 12-minute mark here. It's starting to get a little bit dicey.
It is starting to get a little bit dicey. I mean, Cherno is a map where it can get dicey very quickly and very easily. I would think at this point, get the cap going. Worst case scenario, you can feather this cap pretty easily. You can just step off onto the stairs and try to control respawns if you don't want the cap to go up too quickly. Now we're finally seeing it begin to channel, but only on the side of Exodus. Will Tier immediately go for the counter cap? That is usually what we see on this map, is that within seconds, the other guild will try to get their counter going as well. I do think you got to start contributing to the point. You can't wait any longer. Again, if it goes too fast, it's very easy on this map to just step off.
Yeah, so the problem here is that if you don't initiate this, Exodus starts to snowball their percentage over the top of you. And if they feather this for a particularly long time, you won't have time to reverse cap this. So about 11:20, I was pretty close. I said right around the 12-minute mark, 11:20, I was 40 seconds off or so. That's pretty close overall. But again, I think that this is the better strategy, in my opinion. Exodus going to go ahead and take control of the stone. I think the Tier has intentionally pulled off the stone right now. You see a lot of people, never mind, they're gonna flood back onto the stone here. They get up to 45% though, and again, Exodus in the driver's seat of this one. They can get this really close to the edge, and just like we saw Hellowing do against Exodus, now Exodus can do this now to Tier, because all they need to do is get within striking distance. Brandonger and his boys over in Hellowing probably nodding their heads going, yep, all you got to do is get within striking distance. Finally, at the 10-minute mark, we're going to see the cap come down for Tier here, and they're going to try to get on top of this percentage, but they're 20% behind. They got some work to do, Moreland.
I was surprised how easily Tay was able to get that cap. One of the Tier tanks just walking right up to the stone and tagging it, didn't get blasted, didn't get pulled off. You would expect that in a scenario like this, Exodus is going to try to keep Tier off for as long as possible, but Tay was just able to sneak right up in there, and now Tier getting a tremendous amount of contribution. We are getting into the second half of the match now, so if you get the cap here, a reverse cap is going to be extremely difficult, exponentially more difficult the closer that we get to the end of the match. So stopping a cap would have been huge, but they kind of just let it slip through, and now that contribution looking really close, Blue.
We are not going to see a reverse cap. There will not be enough time for either guild. It's going to tick down. I guarantee you this cap happens down underneath 4 minutes probably on this one, and that just will not be enough time to flip it around on Cherno, even with Guardians and a really solid push. 4 minutes is not enough time to dominate the stone, and this is close enough that I think whoever gets this cap off wins. And I'll be real, we might not even see a cap. For this first time worldwide, it is very possible that we see a guild
Is it gonna
not
be a
actually
draw?
cap the stone.
This is
And in
insane.
that event, guys, the higher percentage will win at the end of the day. So it's gonna come down. It could come down to percentage. It could come down. Look at this. It is literally back and forth, 45% to 34%. And again, you have to lend that extra 10% to Exodus capping earlier than Tier did. And now again, they're gonna cap up to 50% or so. Yeah, there we go. Capping over 50% now. They're getting close to within range now. I'll be honest, if I'm Exodus right now, you just saw our big red kill feed, pop Guardians, take the stone right now. I actually think that they could just win on this right here. I don't think that Tier is going to have enough time to come back and reverse cap this because again, it's going to be a minute or two before you get the stone. Then you can stall them for a minute or two. That's going to leave about 4 minutes on the clock to go from 0 to 100%. That's almost impossible to do. It is technically possible, but not on something like Chernobog here, Marlon.
Yeah, it's just so easy to get bodies on the point when it comes to Cherno. You can get that one huge push, and you might be able to have twice as many people as your opponent for a few seconds there, but they're going to respawn and get back so quickly. So it's going to take multiple pushes usually to get that bar moving closer to 100. I think you're right. I don't think there is enough time for a reverse cap here. This percentage bar that we are seeing is the progress towards winning. And for Tier, it is the percentage towards winning the entire tournament. This is, if they win here, this is it. Exodus does not get another chance. Both guilds fighting for survival here. And I mean, just look at that bar. They're pretty much just parallel, Blue.
Yeah, absolutely 50-50 across the board, but Tier is pulling ahead. Under the 7-minute mark, they finally get on top of the stone. Huge wipe on their side. 35 people standing on the point right now, and it looks like Exodus in absolute shambles. Frank running around the outside of the fight, wondering where the rest of his guild went. They do manage to rally back to the point right now, but Invuln keeps pulling them right back off every single time they get close. They're up at 72, 73%. They are on the cusp of victory right now. They are within 25% of taking this. They are the ones that are in striking distance. They've got Guardians running right now, and they must agree this is striking distance and go. Right now, they're just standing on the point. There's not much Exodus can do about it, though, because Exodus did not pop all of their cooldowns on this one. They're going to take it all the way home. Tier takes it, and now Exodus has under 6 minutes to prevent Tier from being crowned kings in NA East, Marlon.
That was such an incredible push from Tier, and that is really all it takes. Such a quick cap again from Exodus getting back on the board.
It's gonna be really hard
Blue,
for them to
unless they
pull
play harder than they have played the entire tournament, getting this full cap off in the next 5 minutes is extraordinarily unlikely. We said the same thing about Tier on Grand Alon, though, and they were able to slip that reverse cap in with 15 seconds left. This is it, though. Tier are the guild that is ahead, so Exodus is absolutely fighting for the last chance they have of getting that Lucent and getting that glory. 5 minutes is not a lot of time, but it is enough to make it happen if they have a crazy push like Tier did. All they have to do is flip that script. One insane push, you get some of that double contribution, and you have those remaining minutes to finish it off. We saw Tier use their Guardians. We saw Tier do that crazy push. Maybe Exodus still has theirs. Maybe they still have some fuel in the tank in order to do this. Blue, that bar is looking kind of green.
I'll be honest with you, 30% and climbing. They are on pace to reverse cap this. Ensign gets knocked down right at the end there. That Spellblade, one of the best in the lobbies, one of the best in the world right there. He gets blasted off the point. 31% and climbing. They don't have a minute to lose. 4.5 minutes left on the clock. They're going to try to Tier this entire situation right now as Exodus battling for everything they've got left in the tank on this one. They're trying to lay it on the line. 4 minutes on the clock. 4:15 to be exact. I think every second will matter. You see 32 members of Tier trying to rally onto the point right now. Slowly getting wiped off. Karoom gets a big kill feed right there. there. Strikex with a spin as well, but it's B-Blast with a huge kill feed back on the other side for Exodus right there.
There's so
Very
many
red kill feed. Xerog, Frank with a big spin there as well. They climb over 36% now. Huge red kill feed on the side of Exodus as they continue to climb just under 4 minutes right now. Do I see 40%? The kill feed is all red, but can they stay on top? They just need one more person on the point than their opponents. 42% and climbing. They are on pace right now, Moreland.
We said that a 5-minute cap is going to be highly unlikely, but Exodus could be the guild capable of doing what is nearly impossible here, getting such a short reverse cap against Tyr. That bar is going up so much faster than we expected, Blue, and I think possibly faster than Tyr expected too. They must have thought that locking the stone down with 6 or 7 minutes left would surely guarantee victory, and I think we all watching thought that as well, but Exodus might be coming in with the upset here. It is amazing how much progress they've been able to put on the bar so far.
Yeah, absolutely. 40% though, they're stalling at the 40% marker under 3 minutes. They cannot afford to stall right now. They need everything on the line. They just need 1 or 2 really solid kill feeds to carry them through. And we should see their Guardians and Remedies popped out right now is when we should see that from Exodus here. And again, Tyr just holding on for dear life, trying to cling to victory in this matchup. And they just barely are managing to do so. 2.5 minutes left on the clock. The percentage is stalled at 34% and falling. Exodus running out of time, Moreland.
I'm watching Vert here on the side of Tyr just play so aggressively as that Darkbiter Blue. He is on top of the cap, not even close to the edges of this. He is going to make his feet count on this point, even while playing such a squishy DPS class. Maybe has a little bit of self-healing, but I guarantee you he is spec'd fully into damage here. Finally going down, but shout out to Vert for having such aggressive positioning there. He is not going to sit on the sideline when the fight is this close.
The Guardian pop has come through for Exodus right there, and that's what you saw, that huge kill feed on that side right there. They blasted down Vert and everybody else off the Riftstone, but they only get up to 47% on that push. 1.5 minutes left on the clock. They technically have enough time, but they have got to start pulling away. Tyr might just be crowned kings of NA East at this point. These guys were kings of Black Desert. Now they might end up being kings of Throne and Liberty, but honestly, we're going to see them tick over 50%. It's all the way down to the wire. This is exactly what we saw from Tyr in the first match. 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock. They're going to get over 50% and begin to climb right now. They have 27, 29 people on the point, 53% in climbing. They have got to stay on top of this. 36 people over 25 right now. They need a big kill feed, and they need it right now. That's a really good feed right there. B-Blast coming in big as well. 59% and climbing. Moreland, what are we watching?
Every single kill just has so much importance here, Blue, when it's this close. If you can get that edge over Tyr, even for just 15 seconds, just get that contribution up. You're so close. Approaching the end. Tyr did it to you. Now it's your turn to do it to them. It is definitely possible, even in these final seconds, but it's so close.
71, 72, 20 seconds on the clock. They're pushing everything they've got in the tank. 75, 15 seconds on the clock. It's going to come down to the final second. They're going to get over 80. They have almost 2 times as many people on that point right now. 37 people,
here. Nice pull there.
Exodus.
Oh my God.
Crowned kings of North America East, all the way to the finish line. Unbelievable cinematic finish. Tyr will bring it all the way home from the winner's bracket. They will never see the loser's bracket of this tournament. What an unbelievable photo finish for Tyr right there. Odie, top kills of the lobby for 47 for Exodus. Cannot be understated. That might just be one of the best. Might just would be one of the best DPSs in North America right there. Competitive Doo-Doo Dogwater, Serrano, Izuna, Frank, Akko, Rarkar, CYGG, DWN, and Kyrum all rounding out the front page for their guilds here. 118 assists for Solvray, 104 for Rarkar right now. 6.5 million for Ensign from
That was
Exodus. You can see the damage
insane,
dealt.
man. That was an
Favored Exodus
insane
here. Serrano,
game.
Akko, Solvray, Vert, the top DPS for tier, playing from like an internet cafe laptop. Very impressive. Rarkar, Strikex down there. Doo-Doo Dogwater, all the top DPS on the side of tier. It looks like Odie and Izuna and CYGG gonna round out the top of the front page for damage dealt on the side of Exodus right there. Phobias, top damage taken in the lobby on a Crusader. Don't see that every day anymore, but that should be what we see in
Congrats
most cases.
to
B-Blast
tier.
coming in at number 2. Bop, Izuna, Xanax, Crunk God, Massive,
Holy shit.
and Odie, CYGG, Jacob, and Akko all rounding out the top of damage taken. You can see just how much these guys were getting focused down in that lobby right there. So very impressive to see them come up with the victory. 4 million damage taken for Xanax there. I mean, first damage healed there for Xanax, one of the best healers in the game in NA East. Green Velvet, Edmund, Massive, Al Capal, Jacob.
The top
Nate
3 was
Jazz,
basically the tier
AP
lines.
Gonzo, Emmy Boo, Funk Monk, and Clover, all rounding out the top of the front page right here as the best healers in NA East. Unbelievable finish, Marlon.
That was so close, Blue. You really cannot ask for a better final series of matches between those guilds. Some extraordinarily close fights there. I really thought Exodus was gonna flip it on him there at the end in those last 15 seconds, but Tier just so strong, especially with the healing. I think we just have to give an extra shout out to the Tier healers.
Dang! We can't start the movie without the remote.
Ugh, we literally just had it. Found something!
Damn, that was...
No good!
That's an insane...
Can't we just press the buttons on the
stone
TV?
fight.
Ugh, Mom, that's not a thing.
Fine. Let's check Fandango.
With Fandango, pick your movie, theater, showtime. Boom. No matter how you dang, always Fandango.
With Apartments.com captured.
That was an insane fight, guys. That's insane.
Secret to our success, but they're never gonna get it, will they, Craig?
No, sir.
Apartments.com. Ooh, a place to find a place.
Safeguard your apps and data with the advanced security features of Azure. Stay protected from code to cloud. Create an Azure account today and start with 65 plus always free services.
King of Great!
Easton, certainly one of the strongest guilds in the world on the Talandre expansion. How are you guys feeling right now? Those had to be heartbreaking losses.
Oh, for sure. I mean, we're definitely a bit bummed out, but at the end of the day, you know, we had a lot of fun, and yeah, those matches were definitely nail biters for sure. That first one was a heartbreaker.
Yeah, so sorry, man. Yeah, it is what it is. But here's the deal. You guys can walk away with your heads held high. NA East had some of the highest participation we've ever seen. 45 guilds signed up to come to this tournament, and you guys are number 2 here. Your leadership core, second best in the game, at least for NA East, potentially one of the very best in the entire world here, Funk Monk. That's gotta feel good. You walk away with your heads held high on that one. Do you have anything to say to your boys and girls in your guild, and maybe your leadership people you want to give thank yous to?
Oh, for sure. I mean, our leadership core with Sovereign, our shot caller, Mead, who's created strategies, Odovin, who did a lot of the VODs, Sabre, who did all the spreadsheets for us and all the announcements. I mean, this was a community effort through and through, and it wasn't just our leadership core, every single member who put in all those hours and VOD reviews. I mean, honestly, our Discord was popping up with VOD reviews every day. So all those guilds that had copium about whether or not there was some like shady business coming along in Exodus, none of that is true. We would have caught it and we would have kicked them out immediately. So don't have copium. We practiced a lot, and we got here through practice and skills and whatnot. So yeah, I mean, honestly, that is what I'm most proud of, is just how far we've gotten over the past month and how much effort we put in.
Yeah, you guys came out of nowhere. Exodus did not exist in T1. To come out in T2 and be this strong, certainly you guys were probably playing, but to come out in T2, be this strong, and come together as a leadership core and be that strong, super, super impressive. Now I'm going to ask a question that I ask pretty much all of our tournament finishers here. I know that AGS and the developers are watching from home right now. Could you please be very respectful, but tell them what you loved so much about Talandre, but maybe what you could see improved on the game?
Sure, of course. Yeah, I mean, Talandre was definitely a lot of fun. There was a lot of new gear sets, and honestly, like, some of the changes they did with the 2 different types of art bosses, I was a pretty big fan of that. The thing the game needs right now, in my opinion, is just something for people to do other than, you know, arch bosses and bosses, because nobody is really participating in those because there's no real like loot involved. So like, I think that we need like, I know they're doing the 6v6 ranking system. I mean, more of this type of stuff, you know, more of like 48 versus 48 type of ranking system. I don't know, like the game definitely needs something for people wanting to log into. And I mean, honestly, the game is a lot of fun, and you know, a lot of things that could still be improved. But yeah, honestly, the best part of Talandra for us was this tournament and preparing for this tournament. So more community events like this would be amazing.
Absolutely. Why? I very much appreciate you guys coming out and participating in my tournament. I'm always nervous when I put out a tournament. The thing I'm most nervous about, people coming out to participate in it. So the fact that NA East showed up the way they did and brought all the guilds out was absolutely what made the tournament worth it for me. Certainly wasn't money. We didn't make any of that, but that is fine. It was super fun. Yeah, no, it was a super fun tournament. The privilege of my career so far to put this on for the 3 regions here. So I really appreciate you sharing your thoughts about the game right there. Do you have any closing thoughts that you'd like to add here before I ask the final question?
Yeah, I just want to thank all of our practice partners. I mean, we practice against every guild out there. I want to thank all of you guys. It was enjoyable all because of you guys, you know? And I want to thank you, the organizers, AGS, for hosting this event. I mean, that's a pretty bold move for AGS to be promoting a community-oriented event like this. So that's really awesome of AGS to do that. And I want to thank all of our members. You know, we put in a lot of work, and I hope you guys all had a lot of fun. It was a real great time for me, at least.
Right on. And my final question, as the second place guild in NA East, how do you feel that NA East would stack up? Certainly you're at the top of the meta game. You know a crazy amount about the game. You've mastered Talandre more than anyone else. And you've seen these other regions playing. How do you think we would stack up against NA West? And how do you think that NA East stacks up against EU?
Oh, that's an easy question. We're definitely on top. There's no chance EU or NA West would ever beat us. Honestly, like NA West in particular, no shade on. Actually, you know what? All the shade, dude. Our 15th guild would beat the top NA East guild. Like, that's how I truly feel. And EU, honestly, there's some good players there, but you know, NA East is on top, 100%.
That's crazy. The GM of the winning guild for NA West is in the chat right now. we would like to have a word with him. So certainly we're hoping for a cross-server event, maybe at least between NA East and NA West would be really cool. And then again, if NA wanted to fight EU, they could always run it from the Korean servers. That way everybody has terrible ping. And, you know, hey, it is possible. That's what they do in other games as well. So that'd be really cool. Thank you so much for coming on for the interview. I'm sorry about the tough loss. You guys fought your hearts out. It was a nail-bitingly close series right there. Could have gone either way. Sadly, you didn't come up with it at the end, but I appreciate you coming out.
No, I appreciate you as well, man.
Thank you. All right. And now, for the undisputed champions of the world, we have Tears Invulnerable here with us now, the champions of NA East, all of the Lucent, all of the glory, all of the hard work coming to fruition right here. Invuln, those were nail-biting matches, down to within 20 seconds in not one but 2 matches on today. How are you guys feeling right now?
Bro, you know what? The first interview we had, honestly, I was kind of sleepy. I was like, I'm ready for a match, blah, blah, blah. But after those matches, man, I think that must have been the craziest, like, just PvP matches I've been a part of, like, GVG aspect, in, like, a long time. I don't know. I'm honestly shaking. I thought I wouldn't be, like, this, like, in a way, emotional. But I'm shaking, dude. I was freaking, I was stressed. I was super hyper focused trying to do that. Honestly, great fights in general. Exodus, as you can see, like really strong, especially a lot of their like the amount of DPS and damage their guild outputs, their bombs are just incredible in general. But yeah, it was a great fight, man. Like I'm just still trying to get over it. I'm a little bit stressed out still.
Right on.
Invuln, what do the comms sound like in those final 20 seconds of those matches? Are you guys screaming? Is it quite like, do people know what they're doing? Are there multiple people talking? What's the vibe?
I think, honestly, well, we heard one scream and it was so distorted. I don't even know what he was saying. But in general, everyone was like, just a sigh of relief in a way. It was like so, I think everyone was under so much pressure and everyone was in their own like kind of group comms screaming and and I was super excited myself.
I heard this. That
Yeah, absolutely crazy. Do you have a fan on in the background right now? By your microphone. Your microphone is definitely a little scuffed. It sounds like there's a fan, but maybe it's just static. Who knows? Either way, those comms had to be absolutely ballistic. The fact that you're shaking is the reason that I like to put on tournaments like this. I love to put it all on the line and make those gaming moments happen for people that they're going to remember for a long time like this. So really, really cool to see you guys come out and win this thing. And I gotta say, Cho Nation are generational talents, man. The guys in Cho and the people that came out with them, Vert and Gorga and all of the rest of them over there coming over. They were dominant in Black Desert Online for 6 years or more. Then they come over to Throne and Liberty. They did not win the Best in Guild T1 tournament. They stuck with it. The mental on these guys is this. You gotta have an iron stomach to deal with the amount of shit talk that these guys dealt with, and they made it through, showing up in T2. They narrowly won today, but they did prove they have conquered Talandre, they have conquered Throne and Liberty. Very, very cool to see. So definitely really, really wild. Invuln, do you have anything to say to your guild and your leadership core that has helped carry you to this point? Because it's a full-time job for that leadership core to bring you this far and to get you across the finish line here. All the people logging in, just barely getting here in some cases, making sure that they keep doing that grind, keep staying fresh with the metagame and up to date with everything that's going on, all the VODs that you have to review. What do you have to say to those guys?
I mean, dude, realistically, like, for example, Vert, as someone, he had like a family reunion that was planned for a year. I'm pretty sure he left early just to be here for the tournament. A lot of us, we made little sacrifices to get into the tournament. A lot of us were just locked in. We put in a lot of hard work. A lot of us in general, just as a community, I think Tier in general was a great community. We would just literally late night, 5 a.m. was our like prime time in Tier. We would just be in comms, watching VODs in general. Once again, shout out to Inflict. He probably watches like 10 hours of VODs himself every fight. The dude is just insane at watching VODs. And there's definitely some smart heads on the leadership and stuff. I mean, as you've seen throughout the tournament, we've had some like pretty great strategy, I would say, in general. I think a lot of the ways we've kind of won a lot of matches is going to be based off our strategy. Our strategy was always, I think, some of the best strategy, in my opinion, in the tournament. And I think it did a lot for us in general, even though, our players are all pretty individually skilled.
All right. Right on. Well, good to hear that. Certainly. Exodus coming up short today, but oh, so barely, you guys, just narrowly on top of that one. Very, very cool to see. I do have two more questions for you. If you, Invuln, you're a streamer too, in this case. So I would trust that you will be respectful with it. But if you could check, I mean, you made a video recently. You guys can check it out on his YouTube about his thoughts about what's wrong with the game currently. But if you had direct feedback that you wanted to give the devs, what did you love so much about Talandre? And then what feedback would you give them to kind of improve the game that we all love so much here?
Okay, so I think the best aspect of this game, in my personal opinion, is probably the build making. Like the amount of 14D chess we have to do when it comes to being at the high end, because the builds in this game are just super well designed in a way. Things counter each other. There's not ever 100% the best build in the game, and that makes it very interesting. We had to figure out, do we run hits because they're running melee evasion? Do we run collision? Just the mechanics of the game are super interesting when it comes to build versus build, and that kind of goes into the strategy of it as well. In general, though, I have the best thing to say is I've made a video, like you just mentioned. You guys may want to watch it. It's called the Death of Throne of Liberty. It's actually not much of a doomer video. It's actually explaining the whole timeline and fundamentally, what the issues are. Wait 1 second. In general, you probably guys should check that video out. It's got everything, in my opinions, but there is definitely a few aspects. Like, for example, I believe the time gating should be removed in a whole. With fundamental reworks, I believe there should be battlegrounds, right, chat? Beast mode, right, chat? Fucking battlegrounds. Sorry, swore.
True.
Besides that, just watch the video, guys. It's got a lot of info on it.
Right on. Okay, so just watch the video.
Watch it twice for the algorithm.
Yeah, true. Just watch the video, he said. All right, well, that's interestingly enough. All right, now for my final question, Invuln. Thanks for sharing your thoughts on the game. You guys have certainly conquered the meta game here on NA East, Kings and Queens of Talandre. So definitely know the most about the game in terms of a player base overall. Your mastery of the game is pretty undisputed. You watch these other regions. I know you've been tracking the other tournaments. How do you feel that NA East stacks up against NA West and EU if there were to be an inter-server siege?
That's a tough one. Okay, so you want my honesty here? You want my honesty? I believe our meta for a long time and what specifically our guild has been doing, and as you might have noticed throughout the tournament, it is collision. Collision in this game is very broken, and in general, I believe our guild would do a lot against would dominate every other guild in every region. Our collision game is insane. I think that's the biggest meta in this game, the collision, hooking people off cliffs. You saw it against Supple especially. Supple didn't expect the builds that we had and the amount of people getting hooked off, etc. But in general, yeah. My guild's getting pissed off at me, sorry.
Okay, do you think EU wins or do you think NA East wins?
And I think we beat EU. 100%.
How badly?
I don't know. I can't say how badly. I would say in general, I would love to see it. Maybe I'll be surprised, but I just think we're good at what we do. So
yeah, I can hear the show.
Let's just say that. I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be nice. Let's just say
okay,
I'm looking at the chat.
All right. What about NA West? How do you feel that NA East stacks up? So you think we're better than EU? Do you think they're better than NA West? And keep in mind, the GMs of NA West are watching.
Yeah, I'm trying to be nice here, but I think we would dumpster every other region. There you go. That's the honesty. That's the honest truth. It is what it is. Okay, wait. Sorry. I played KR, right? I know all the best players from every region. I've played with all the best players because EU, NA, West, East, everywhere were together on the Korean region. I know how strong these players are. I've seen things. We'll win easy.
All right, we win easy, he says. Yeah, I mean, that's what EU said about us. That's what NA West said about both the other two regions as well. I hope that we get the cross server. That would be so cool to see on both sides. Either way, huge congratulations to Invuln and everybody in tier for winning and taking home that Lucent. We'll be in touch with your leadership course to see just how that's going to get distributed. Congratulations to everybody at home. Invuln, thanks for coming out and talking with us.
No problem, man. GG's Exodus.
All right. Okay, and now we're gonna do. Okay, now I do want to give some special thank yous, guys. This is the final broadcast of the Best in Guild Talandre Championship Series worldwide. This is the closing chapter for all 3 regions have now concluded at this point. And so I have a lot to say, but I will hold that until right after I finish my thank yous here. We'll finish that. Let's do the thank yous first. Can everybody in chat give us a hi for the tournament director? Wave hi to our tournament director, Lucy. Thank goodness he was here today. Senior Chief Dragon for showing up as well. And then with Note and everybody else that helped moderate the chat and help keep the production running, help keep the tournament going and things in line, keeping that as professional as possible, given the fact that we're managing 6,000 people here. Really appreciate you guys. And then I also want everybody to give us a WAGS, because without AGS fronting the prize pool for this tournament, which is just south of $20,000 US dollars worth of boosters, and then all of the unique drops that they have for the tournament. I don't think it would have been possible to put the tournament on, because I don't.
Yeah, I'll see ya in the next one. Peace.